Good morning. Welcome to the regular council meeting for the Corporation of the Township of Minden Hills for Thursday, July 31st, 2025. In review of today's agenda, there are two public meetings regarding zoning bylaw amendments, three delegations scheduled, as well as a closed session meeting that will take place near the end of our meeting. We're going to be discussing the Cell Gap project, which has been something that has been around for many years, since before I got on council, with the desire to improve communication, services, and connectivity throughout the province, especially in rural areas. This project is like building a road network and infrastructure, and every part of the communication network plays a role in the overall system. I have not worked for these companies, but I have built out these networks in two different countries. And it basically acts, each of these cell towers acts like a chain. And if you take a link out of the chain, you no longer have a long chain. You have a disjointed system. So this has been put in place, and each of the municipalities and counties in Eastern Ontario worked with the province and with the federal government to get funding for these projects. So cell towers are regulated by the federal government. The federal government, through a group called ISED, which is Innovation, Science, Economic Development, is the authority that approves the equipment and the placement of said equipment under the Radio Communication Act. EORN, which is the Eastern Ontario Regional Network, which has come out of the Wardens Caucus in Eastern Ontario, is leading the project on this particular project from the provincial perspective. SpectraPoint, who you'll hear about, is a company that is implementing the project in the municipality. SpectraPoint is working on behalf of Rogers, who was the company that was chosen to build out this network by EORN. The scope of local councils are limited. We are involved with making sure that there is compliance with the prescribed consultation process and compliance with the township's land use documents. Delegations on this may comment on the areas that fall within the purview of council. Madam Clerk, please proceed with a roll call to confirm council attendance.
Councillor Sisson?
Present.
Councillor Saini?
Present.
Councillor McKelvey?
Present.
Councillor Johannesson?
Present.
Councillor Ingram?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Shell?
Present.
Mayor Carter?
Present. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Minden Hills is located on Treaty 20 Michisagi territory and in the traditional territory of the Michisagi and Chippewa Nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations, which are Curve Lake, Rama, Hiawatha, Alderville, Scugog Island, Beau Soleil, and Georgina Island First Nations. We acknowledge the shared presence of Indigenous nations throughout the area and recognize its original Indigenous inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. I call this meeting to order at 9:05 a.m. Madam Clerk, please proceed with reading the resolution for the approval of the agenda.
So just to acknowledge, is council interested in amending the agenda to move forward the two planning applications for the cell towers? Okay. Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councillor McKelvey. Be it resolved that the July 31st, 2025 regular council meeting agenda be approved as amended to move forward planning items 13.5.4 through to 13.5.6 proposed cell towers to follow delegation item 6.2.
All those in favor? That is carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we need to go into public meetings. Ms. Doherty, please join us. Please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Shell, that council adjourn its regular meeting at 9:06 a.m. to proceed into public meetings regarding the following. Report 2553, planning application to amend the township zoning bylaw 0610 PL ZBA 2025040 for the Halliburton Highlands Health Services, and report 2554, planning application to amend the the township zoning bylaw 0610 PLZBA 2025045, 34 Bob Cajun Road, Huxtable.
All those in favor? Ms. carried. So today there are two public meetings held by council under section 34 of the Planning Act, being for applications PLZBA 2025040 and PLZBA 2025045. These public meetings are an opportunity to present to council and the public the details and background to the proposed amendments and to receive comments from the public and agencies before a council decision is made. If a person would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of council to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions before the bylaw is passed, the person is not entitled to appeal the decision. So moving on to the first public meeting, which is this public meeting is declared open and is to consider a zoning bylaw amendment for 3 properties in part lot 3 and 4, concession A, in the geographic township of Anson, recognized as 4575 Deep Bay Road, as well as properties with roll numbers 4616-010-000-50110 and 4616-010-000-59300. Would the planning department please summarize the purpose and effect of the proposed bylaw and propose any additional information and correspondence relevant to the application? Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Through Mr. Mayor, the township is in receipt of an application for a zoning bylaw amendment, which was submitted by Halliburton Highlands Health Services Corporation, which I'll now say HHS. Currently, the central property, which is 4575 Deep Bay Road, is occupied by the Health Services building, and that zoned community facility as well as residential type 1, with the community facility zone being primarily within the built-up area, and then any areas outside of that developed portion, which include the parking areas and the helipad, are actually zoned residential type 1. The other 2 properties, which are also owned by HHS, are zoned entirely residential type 1. HHS is seeking to rezone the lands to a uniform community facility zone, which will allow for easier master planning of the property, in particular for parking, and to recognize existing deficient exterior side yard setbacks. There's no development or change to building footprint that's proposed as part of this application. Under the provincial planning statement, the subject lands are deemed to be in a settlement area, and community and institutional uses are considered to contribute to the economic growth of settlement areas. As mentioned, there's no change to the development footprint, so policies under the PPS related to natural heritage are not strictly considered to apply in this case. However, areas that they are currently contemplating for possible parking do not appear to have any such features, and if necessary, this could be addressed through site plan control requirements. Natural hazards such as the floodplain do not impact the subject lands, and the application is therefore consistent with the provincial planning statement. The properties are identified as being urban settlement area in the county official plan. Urban serviced areas such as Minden are intended to be the main location of residential, commercial, and institutional uses. And this application will allow for the improved function of an existing community facility within Minden. The application is therefore deemed to conform to the county official plan. The properties are designated urban settlement area residential in the township official plan. The residential designation does permit a range of housing types, which includes assisted living, but also institutional uses, which do include medical clinics. The institutional uses are encouraged within the settlement area and to locate along major streets such as Deep Bay Road, and where on full municipal servicing, which the subject lands do provide. The application will otherwise allow for HHS to consider appropriate expansions to parking as incidental to the existing use. The application therefore conforms to the township official plan. This property spans over 2 schedules in our zoning bylaws. So within Schedule 21, it's a zone community facility. And then and residential type 1, 21, it's community facility, and on 22, it's community facility and residential type 1. Permitted uses in the community facility zone do include a healthcare center and medical clinics. The use of the property, again, will remain unchanged. However, the existing deficient side yard setbacks along the north exterior side yard will be recognized through the site-specific zoning. There's a lack of sufficient on-site parking, which places additional pressure on street parking right now. And so rezoning the R1 lands to community facility or CF will serve to improve compatibility with the surrounding residential lands to move more parking internal to the healthcare property. Staff are therefore in support of the application. Notice of the public meeting was circulated on July 15th in accordance with the Planning Act. The County of Haliburton did provide comments and indicated no concerns with the application. We've received no other agency comments and no comments from members of the public.
Okay, does the applicant have a presentation or wish to make any comments?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, the applicant does not wish to make comment.
Okay, members of the public will now have an opportunity to provide their comments. We will start with attendees participating electronically and then proceed with members of the public attending in person. Do we have any electronic attendees?
Through the chair, no, we do not.
All right. Is there anybody here who wishes to make comment? Member of the public, please raise your hand. Seeing none. Are there any questions or comments from council to the applicants, the planner, or any persons who have made presentations? Councilor McKelvey?
I just wanted to know, like, they have a grand master plan in the works for this property as well. Has water and sewer capacity ever been addressed for that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's not within the scope of this application, so it wasn't addressed as part of this.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilor Saini?
Yes, just brief. I've been asked if the helicopter pad would remain there. Thank
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it's the intent to keep the helipad there.
Any other questions? Seeing none, as a result of these proceedings, does the planning department have any recommendations or comments that you wish to bring to the attention of council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the staff report recommends that council receive report 25-53 planning as information, and further that bylaw 25-71 being a bylaw to approve a zoning bylaw amendment for the land subject to PLZBA 2025-040 be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda.
If there are no further questions, this completes the public meeting process. Anyone wishing to obtain notice of the decision may do so by making a written submission requesting such to the township's clerk. I now declare this portion of the public meeting closed at 9:15 a.m. Moving to our second public meeting, I declare this open at 9:15 a.m. This public meeting is declared open and is to consider a zoning bylaw amendment for Part Lot 2 Concession A in the geographic township of Minden, having municipal address 334 Bob Cajun Road. Would the planning department please summarize the purpose and effect of the proposed bylaw and provide any additional information and correspondence relevant to the application?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Through the mayor, the subject application was submitted by EcoView Consulting Services, Inc., care of Kent Randall, on behalf of the owner, Thomas Huxtable. The property is...
Excuse me, sorry to stop you while you're reading your report. Is there any way you can increase the sound at your end? It's not very clear. The reporting is not very clear.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. The subject application was submitted by EcoView Consulting Services, Inc., care of Kent Randall, on behalf of the owner, Thomas Huxtable. The property is developed in the form of a single detached dwelling, an attached garage, and is serviced by municipal water and sewage disposal systems. The property owner is proposing to convert the existing dwelling into a 3-unit multiple dwelling, each having a separate apartment entrance on the north, east, and south sides of the building. The ground floor area of the dwelling would be maintained, however, the number of dwelling units would increase from 1 to 3. The driveway would also be extended along the northwest portion to provide a total of 6 parking spaces, being 2 indoor and 4 outdoor. The existing servicing and access from Bobcaygeon Road will be maintained. Under policies of the PPS, the subject property is defined as settlement area. The subject property is designated settlement area in the County of Haliburton official plan as well. Both of these documents permit residential uses which are already established on the subject lands. The subject property is designated downtown transition on Schedule A of the Township official plan. Given the existing interior side yard setback of the dwelling as proposed, no reduction would result. It is recognized that the downtown transition designation area promotes residential intensification and redevelopment to make better use of residential lands within an urban area at a density that is higher than what was previously existing. As the proposed development is in keeping with the character and density of the neighborhood where it is proposed, the application is considered to maintain the general intent of this official plan. The subject property is zoned Village Commercial C4 zone in the Township zoning bylaw 06-10. Permitted uses in the C4 zone do not include single detached dwellings as a principal use, therefore the use is non-conforming. Provisions of the proposed R2 zone under Section 5.2 permit principal uses including a single detached dwelling, converted dwelling, and multiple dwelling, as well as other accessory uses. The application also includes site plans and building plans which illustrate the development to maintain the building footprint, entrances in each proposed unit, and additional parking spaces. The application proposes to maintain the existing northern interior side yard setback of 1.22 meters, whereas a minimum of 3 meters is required for multiple dwellings, so as not to increase the extent of noncompliance. The proposed minimum dwelling unit area is also 44.20 square meters, whereas 55 square meters is required. The Ontario Building Code also sets the minimum requirements for floor area within a dwelling, which is less than the proposed 44.20 meters. Therefore, there is no concern with the proposed reduced dwelling unit size. As well, the proposed lot coverage requirements do not exceed the maximum permissions of the zoning bylaw for otherwise compliant dwellings. Notice of today's public meeting was circulated on July 15th in accordance with the Planning Act. The County of Haliburton provided comments indicating no concerns. No other agency comments have been received, and no comments have been received from members of the public.
Thank you. Does the applicant have a presentation or wish to make comments?
No, the applicant does not wish to speak today.
Okay, members of the public will now have an opportunity to provide their comments. We'll start with attendees participating electronically and then proceed with members of the public attending in person. Do we have anybody attending electronically?
There's no one attending electronically, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members of the public attending in person that wish to speak to the application? Please raise your hand. Seeing none. Are there any questions or comments from council to the applicants, the planner, or any persons who have made presentations? Councillor Hannison?
Thank you. I would just like to thank the applicant for the vision that you have in making our town look and improve, bringing desperately needed affordable housing into a community improvement plan. I hope this will be a start for others to work on future improvements to our town and that they have a welcoming outcome in the process. Your vision is greatly acknowledged. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Councillor McKelvey?
I too just want to echo that thank you very much. It is really great to see that older home fixed up and that we're going to provide 3 residential units for people to use for housing. It's great.
Okay, any other questions from council? Seeing none. As a result of these proceedings, does the planning department have any recommendations or comments that you wish to bring to the attention of council?
Through the mayor, the staff report recommended that council receive report 25-25 planning as information, and further that bylaw 25-49 being a bylaw to approve a zoning bylaw amendment for the land subject of PLZBA 2025045 be referred by the bylaw section of the agenda.
Okay, if there are no further questions, this completes the public meeting process. Anyone wishing to obtain notice of the decision may do so by making a written submission requesting such to the township's clerk. I now declare this portion of the public meeting closed at 9:22 a.m. Madam Clerk, please proceed with the resolution to resume the regular council meeting.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councillor McKelvey. The council adjourn its public meeting and resumes its regular council meeting at 9:22 a.m.
All in favor? It's carried. First of all, or next we start with our delegations. I believe the first one is Sandy Prentice. Please join us at the delegation table. Okay. So
Oh, really? Okay.
So could you please state your name and address for the record?
Good morning. I'm Sandy Prentice. I live at 959 Bob Cajun Road.
Thank you. Please start.
Good morning, Mayor and Council and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm asking Council to reject the recommendation being put forward today, bylaw 2573, and to vote non-concurrence on the proposed Rogers Tower, site 8590 on Bob Cajun Road. I'm here to express serious concerns, not just about the tower itself, but about the integrity of the public consultation process that brought us to this point. The process was supposed to inform and involve the community. Instead, it's been riddled with contradictions, misleading statements, and in some cases, outright falsehoods. Let me outline a few of the most troubling issues. 1, misleading location. The public package references deficiencies in the general area of Mountain Lake, but Mountain Lake is nearly 2 kilometers from the proposed tower. When pressed, SpectraPoint changed the narrative, first calling it a general reference, then saying the tower would serve an area southwest of the lake. This inconsistency confused residents and it undermined meaningful feedback. 2, emergency services. It's a false justification. We were told this tower would support relied upon emergency services, but police, fire, and EMS use their own secure dedicated networks. They don't use commercial cell towers, and to suggest otherwise is misleading. When we raised the fact that most phones now have a satellite emergency feature, we were dismissed out of hand. 3, flawed photo simulations. The photo simulations, they were outdated, they were inaccurate. One was taken from a property whose owners were never even notified. Page 13 of the recent staff report includes a photo that isn't even from Bob Cajun Road. 4, tower lighting contradictions. The original public package said that the tower might require lighting. Later, SpectraPoint and EORN assured residents lighting wouldn't be needed, but the staff report states clearly lighting will be required. My house is the same height as the top of the proposed tower. That tower will be eye level to my bedroom window with a blinking red light in my face every night. How can residents give informed feedback when the information keeps changing? 5, misrepresented environmental compliance. SpectraPoint claimed environmental assessments weren't needed because the tower sits in a licensed gravel pit. But the M&R confirmed that this site is not within the licensed area and no application was filed. Yet EORN told me that a First Nations environmental review had been done. I asked for a copy or even a contact name. Months later, they have provided nothing. Health Canada, this is 6th point. When I asked to speak with someone from Health Canada about RF exposure and safety code 6, SpectraPoint repeatedly gave me an invalid phone number. Multiple requests to them finally led me to a generic email account. My question was never answered. Eventually, EORN has admitted that there is no contact person to speak to at Health Canada. 7, proximity to children. Many municipalities across North America restrict 5G towers near schools or hospitals because children absorb more RF radiation than adults. Their brains and their tissues are developing. This tower would sit with...
I'm sorry, health issues are not within the purview
I understand.
of this council.
I understand.
We do not have the authority or the expertise to be able to rule on health issues. So
I totally understand. I just wanted to make the point that this tower is sitting within 1,000 meters of at least 15 young children.
That's an issue with Health Canada that you have to
Who
address.
I couldn't speak with. And if there's even a chance of harm, I don't know why we're assuming the risk. 8, most concerning of all, no alternate sites were considered. I said guidelines clearly state that the alternative locations must be explored, especially when the public raises concerns. SpectraPoint openly said no alternatives were reviewed because they found a willing landowner. That alone should disqualify this proposal. 9, conflicting and manipulative messaging. SpectraPoint has contradicted itself at every turn. I was told the tower probably wouldn't go through and not to worry about it. And then another resident was told it was a done deal and we should be thankful that it's government funded. They said the decision was based on subscriber feedback and then later admitted there was no such feedback. It was only Rogers engineers. 10, internet service. We were told this tower was part of the government's promise of connectivity, even though SpectraPoint initially claimed it wasn't for internet. The area this tower will reach are homes that currently have great internet. Plus, relying on a cell tower for rural internet reduces bandwidth for phone users and is less stable than alternatives such as fiber optics. Why are we not insisting on fiber optics? It's faster, it's more reliable, and it's far safer in terms of long-term health impacts. We need infrastructure that's built for the future, not a short-term fix that erodes trust and disrupts lives. 11, the paper trail of errors. The Rogers site selection for report 8590 is riddled with inaccuracies. The top of each page mislabels the site number. Page 13 shows a photo not from Bobcaygeon Road. Page 14 bizarrely says there are no existing 3 residential dwellings, so I don't even know what that means. It claims that the closest residential dwelling is the landlord's, but the land is vacant. The landlord doesn't live there. The map on page 15 doesn't show all the houses within 350 meters of the tower. The tower application on Sedgwick Road, a full public meeting was arranged with residents. That was never offered to us. And Rogers included resident feedback from that application, but none from ours. And the final line of SpectraPoint's letter to the township in the Sedgwick Road says, "It was a pleasure working with Dysart et al." So they've got the wrong municipality. If they can't even get the paperwork right, if they can't manage a basic report without glaring errors, how can we trust that this tower is needed or that this is the only location for it? It's not just sloppy, it's disrespectful. It shows that they're rushing these towers through without care, without transparency, and without regard for the communities that they impact. They'll say anything to push these towers through, and that's not something we can put our faith in. That is not democracy. That is not how democratic process works. It's how things get pushed through while people are distracted, discouraged, and overwhelmed. But here's the truth. You don't work for Rogers. You don't work for EON. You work for the people who live here. And your constituents are watching, they're writing letters, they're showing up, they're viewing online, and they are asking loudly and clearly to be heard. And this isn't a case of NIMBY. It's not about saying not in my backyard. It's about saying that towers like this shouldn't go in anyone's backyard, especially without proper consultation, without full transparency, and without proof of need. And just because the consequences won't land on your doorstep doesn't mean they won't devastate ours. This is about trust. This isn't just about a tower. It's about whether local voices matter, whether the truth matters, whether the safety of our children, the integrity of our landscape, and the trust of this community are worth protecting. So let this be the moment that you stand up and say, we are not against connectivity. We are against being railroaded. We are not anti-technology. We simply believe that if a tower is truly necessary, it should be placed based on need, suitability, and proper consultation, not just because a landowner was willing. And this community deserves better, and you, our council, have the power to demand it. Your voice matters here, and your vote of non-concurrence sends a message that Minden Hills will not be bullied. Our community matters, and that truth, process, and place still count for something. And so I leave you with this, as silly as it is. Think of that moment in Erin Brockovich, where she hands the lawyer a glass of water from the contaminated well he insists is safe, and he refuses to drink it. Well, I offer you the proverbial glass of water in the form of a 5G tower. They say it's safe, so let me ask you, would you live under one? Would you raise your children and your grandchildren beside one? And would you feel fine sleeping, working, and playing in its shadow? And if not, why should we? If our quiet landscapes start to look like big city horizons, then you have failed the people who choose to live or vacation here for its beauty, uniqueness, and scenic values, and you have failed the revered ecosystems that make our township what it is. So please vote non-concurrence. Reject this flawed process, protect our community, and send a message that Minden Hills is not for sale. Thank you.
Are there any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
And have another delegation from David and Priscilla Hessen. When did we receive the first one? Okay.
Moved by
Sorry,
Councillor.
before you start, we just have one procedural.
Moved by Councillor Sisson, seconded by Councillor McKelvey, that council receives a delegation from Ms. Sunny Prentice regarding the public consultation process for site C8590 proposed tower on Bob Cajun Road as information.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Sorry, please state your name and address for the record, and then please start when you're ready.
Might just need some help here to connect my laptop. Well,
I mean, we can try to do that,
Oh.
but typically what we do is we just have the delegations refer to their slide pages and council follows along in their package.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
If we could just take a few minutes, just take minutes. That's fine. We'll just have to take a few minutes, that's all.
Sure. Great.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, how long is it gonna take? Okay, well, we'll just wait for a couple of minutes to get it, the technology settled.
Thank you. Oh, perfect. Great, thank you. So do you want me to give you to ask you to advance the next slide or am I actually projecting? I should check. Let's see. Okay, okay. Okay, yeah, thank you. Mayor Carter and members of council. My name is David Hessels. My wife and I and our 3 children live at 960 Bob Cajun Road. Our home is approximately 500 meters north of the proposed Rogers Cell Tower. After receiving the public notice in February, we personally spoke to every property owner within 1 kilometer of the tower site and many beyond that radius. We found people were almost unanimously opposed to the cell tower. Collectively, we've co-signed a letter to Rogers documenting our opposition. Those who have signed are represented by the red properties on the map. If you could advance the slide. Thank you. We and our neighbors don't want a tower. We don't see the need for it, and we're concerned about the impacts on our property, our health, and the environment. When speaking to the township, we have been hearing there's nothing we can do. I want to show that council does have a great deal of say over these matters, and you have a choice whether to expedite this project or put the brakes to it. Next slide. The process for approval of new antenna systems in Canada, including cell towers, is dictated by the federal government through Innovation, Science, and Economic Development, and is detailed in a document called CPC-2-0-03 or Issue 6. Although the minister has final approval over cell towers, the process actually revolves around the local land use authorities, in this case Minden Hills, who, as the document recognizes, are in the best position to evaluate local needs. Slide 4. I'd like to review ISED Issue 6 in detail to show what Rogers and EORN were required to do and where they've fallen short of minimum requirements. I'm going to move quickly through this as quickly as possible because I know my time is limited. Next slide. Issue 6 states that antenna systems should be deployed in a manner that considers local surroundings. Next slide. Page 2 outlines the process. It is ISED's expectation that all parties will carry out their roles and responsibilities in good faith and in a manner that respects the spirit of this document. This is very important. It means that Rogers and EORN are required to undertake meaningful public consultation. It also applies to Minden Hills Council. The question is not whether we want better broadband connectivity. It's about whether Rogers and EORN have actually done what is required of them under Issue 6 and complied with the spirit of the document. If Rogers have not satisfied the requirements of Issue 6, concurrence should not be provided. Next slide. The proponent contacts the Land Use Authority to determine the local consultation requirements and to discuss local preferences regarding antenna system siting and/or design. Next slide. ISED believes, I'm quoting here, that any concerns or suggestions expressed by the land use authorities are important elements to be addressed. To quote an email from an ISED program officer, I said generally respects the council's decision, as it is up to the council to determine that the protocol in place is being fully complied with, and both the LUA and public consultation aspects have been satisfactorily completed. A letter of concurrence is not a formality. Quoting I said again, a letter of concurrence is considered to be the approval to proceed with putting up a cell tower. Slide 9. Municipalities like Minden Hills that do not have an antenna siting protocol follow the default I said process. The key benchmarks for tower approval remain the same. Next slide. Public notice must be given by way of a public notification package. The public notice has to include sufficient information for the public to form an opinion on the proposed antenna. Providing adequate information is a crucial step in the process. If the public notice does not include all of the required information, public consultation requirements have not been met. Next slide. Proponents are to address all reasonable and relevant concerns. Here's a question. Who decides what is a reasonable or relevant concern? Is it Rogers? Is it EORN? It's implied that I said will determine what is a reasonable or relevant concern. But guess what? If you provide a letter of concurrence, I said will take that to mean that all concerns have been addressed. In other words, they are deferring to you, the local council. If you provide concurrence, you are saying that all reasonable and relevant concerns have been addressed. Next slide. Public reply comments provides examples of reasonable and relevant concerns. Next slide. Concurrence has these three elements: land use consultation, public consultation, and addressing concerns. Next slide. And the next slide, let's skip that. Annex A on page 20 outlines the information that must be included in the public notification package referenced on page 6. Note the word noticed must include, but need not be limited to. Next slide. Let's take a closer look at specific areas where Rogers have failed to comply with issue 6. As part of the public information package, they were required to include the proposed antenna system's purpose. The notice stated the purpose was to address coverage deficiencies within the general area of Mountain Lake. Next slide. These heat maps from Rogers show before and after coverage plots. The so-called improved coverage does not take in any significant density. It doesn't serve any lakes surrounded by cottages. The main beneficiaries of this broadband coverage are rural lots, large acreages, quarries, and crown land, areas with limited development and limited development potential. Almost everyone who lives in the blue area highlighted on the map is opposed to the tower. I personally worked from home for several years, taking virtual calls daily. We get internet speeds up to 50 megabits a second with Bell Wireless Home Internet. We have adequate cell coverage, broadband access. The proponents talk about cell coverage and the traveling public. By and large, we are the traveling public. Bob Cajun Road is not even a paved road 1 kilometer north of the site. Next slide. The stated purpose of the tower to improve cell coverage in the vicinity of Mountain Lake does not seem to be addressed whatsoever. Mountain Lake is on the east side of Highway 35. There is no discernible impact to cell coverage on Mountain Lake or the east side of Highway 35. This is important. If the stated purpose is to improve cell service for the many properties on Mountain Lake, that objective is clearly not met with this proposed site. Next slide. Rogers is required to consider alternate sites and include a list of other structures that were considered unsuitable in the public notice. When we asked about this, Rogers' response was, once we found this willing landowner, given the suitability of the site, it was not necessary to inquire or pursue alternate locations with other property owners. Rogers has clearly not met the minimum requirements of issue 6. Next slide. The proposed tower is located in a natural area on the edge of a quarry. The site is adjacent to a chain of wetlands that extends from Plantation Road to the north and Scotch Line to the south. We and our neighbors have noted the presence of threatened species, including the Blanding's turtle and the hognose snake. Issue 6 speaks to environmental considerations as a general requirement. As the staff report indicates, environmental impacts have only been considered from the perspective of protecting aggregate resources. It would be reasonable to require an appropriately scoped environmental impact study prior to providing concurrence. Next slide. How is the proponent trying to integrate the antenna into the local surroundings? They have made no effort to integrate the tower into the surroundings and have made no effort to seek compromise or solutions. Placing these towers as far as possible from neighboring homes, schools, and workplaces is perhaps the most important land use consideration. If you look at the Sedgwick Road Tower, also on this agenda, there are no residential homes within 500 meters of the tower base. In our case, there are 5, including one that's just 240 meters away. Rogers has not done enough in this case to distance the tower from neighboring homes. This represents an unresolved issue. Next slide. The public notice must include simulated images of the proposed tower. Next slide. This is the simulation that was provided in the notice. Our neighbors have debated whether this is even an actual photo of Bobcaygeon Road. From the simulations provided, it's not possible to assess the visual impact of the tower. Next slide. From GIS coordinates provided, this is the site of the tower. It is a slightly elevated site on the edge of an open quarry. The trees will be cleared to make space for a fenced-in compound with radio cabinets. The tower and base will be prominently visible from Bobcaygeon Road. No simulation has yet been provided to show the tower base. OP section 3378 states that in areas where existing topography or vegetative cover provides limited protection from adjacent boundary roads, additional measures may be required to prevent the development from becoming visually dominant. No such measures have been taken, despite the exposure to Bobcaygeon Road and several nearby homes. Next slide. And next slide. Other information that was required in the public notice package that was not included. Next slide. Rogers and EORN have a quota to install 29 new cell towers in Haliburton County as part of the Cell Gap project. Funding is set to expire in 2026. Upon finding a willing landowner, they've moved to expedite this site despite there being limited rationale or few people to benefit from its installation. In pushing through the public consultation process, they did not include the required information. They have not adequately considered alternate sites. The proposed site does not meet the stated objectives of improving coverage in the vicinity of Mountain Lake. Significant and relevant concerns remain that have not been addressed. No effort has been made to reach compromise or find solutions. And next slide. There is a clear and compelling rationale to vote non-concurrence to the proposed tower. Rogers has not successfully completed the public consultation process required by ISED issue 6. Public opposition is overwhelming, nearly universal in fact. Significant land use concerns remain that have not been addressed. The tower is simply too close to nearby homes. The tower will have minimal benefit to cell service beyond this little corner of remote rural property. We and our neighbors respectfully ask that council vote non-concurrence to the proposed Rogers cell tower. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, please read the resolution.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councillor Sisson, that council receives a delegation from David and Priscilla Hessel regarding site C8590, the proposed tower on Bobcaygeon Road, as information.
All those in favor? It's carried. So now our agenda is modified to move to the planning items of 1355. Is that the one?
Yes.
Yeah. Please start.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So report 25-15 55 is regarding a request for letter of concurrence for cell tower site C8590, which is proposed to be located north of 830 Bobcaygeon Road. In addition to consulting with the township regarding land use, the agent on behalf of Rogers Communication initiated the public consultation process on January 29th of this year, and which ended on March 7th of this year. Based on staff review, the ISID protocol was followed. We recognize numerous comments noting concerns with the tower location and consultation process have been received. Staff did review these in the context of land use policies and are satisfied that the tower conforms to the official plan and exceeds requirements for the zoning bylaw. Staff are therefore of the opinion that the letter of concurrence is appropriate. I'm happy to answer any questions from council with respect to land use, but we do also have Mr. Will Elder here from Spectra Point on behalf of Rogers Communications, who can speak to the public consultation, as well as Lisa Severinson and Paula Preston from EORN, who could speak to the project if there's questions on those.
Okay, are there any questions from council? Deputy Mayor Shell.
My question would be that out of both delegations that spoke to this item this morning, there were some accusations that Spectra Point Rogers did not actually follow the process as far as public consultation goes. And I'm wondering if they would like to respond to why, or maybe even as also with perhaps the discrepancies within their photos and that kind of thing.
So through Mr. Mayor, then we'll ask Mr. Will Elder to come forward to speak to that.
Hi, thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for hearing this application. William Elder from Spectra Point. I actually did not do the real estate or the public consultation. That was by a colleague, Saja, who's moved on from the company. So I've taken over this 3950. I did do that fully from the beginning to the end. So I'm running more on notes. As far as the simulation, we have a independent company that does our photo simulations, and we usually have 4 simulations from 4 different locations that are produced. I believe probably would have been part of our original pre-consultation package that would have been included there, and where the photos are taken from. So it usually surrounds the area, and there actually was a picture that probably was fairly close to Mr. Hessel's picture along Bobcaygeon Road that would have been included for it. I didn't do the presentation. I often put 2 of the pictures in when I do my public consultation, but I'm not sure exactly what Saja might have done during her process at the time.
How far from Bobcaygeon Road is this tower setback from Bobcaygeon Road?
I don't have it. Right, like I have the survey probably right there, but
It's approximately 1,141 feet.
So over 300 meters from the road. Okay. Yep, go ahead.
Second part of my question wasn't answered. There was some accusations that the public doesn't feel that the public process was not completed the way it should have been and has been done in the past. So I'm just wondering, understanding that Saj is no longer here, but perhaps you could
yeah, I
express.
believe it would have been met. I've read through the number of notes, that they're actually the time allotment that's required for it. We had pre-consultation with your planning department and so forth. To follow the steps, I believe everything that was asked was answered in her best ability to answer at the time. Through, and it's part of the request for clearance package that was supplied, that all communication that she could have during that process is supplied back to council for consideration and review. And it was through the time, and I believe anything that was asked of us from pre-consultation was answered as well within the documents. I think there never, is the happy answer for anybody. I think at the end of the day, yes, it's a tower that in Rogers View and Eorn's request, Doobie Bell help facilitate and give service in an area that does have a gap. As far as the Mountain Lake reference, I mean, it's, you know, when you're dealing in large areas, that's sort of the closest sort of reference and able to use Mountain Lake and Highway 35 location for the tower. And this tower does actually enhance the service along the south area of Mountain Lake. That doesn't have as good quality of service as it would be as it gets closer to the other towers. One of the other side of it saying alternatives, we absolutely do. You know, the first thing that's looked at is for co-locates. It is not feasible in this area. There is not another existing tower in the area that makes it possible. That usually is even done before it ever comes to us to even find and try to locate a tower. The thing that probably is less understood is when we are given an area to find a tower, it's usually like an area of 2 kilometers or less to be able to work within the actual tower system where the other towers are and how they fit. So considering alternatives of saying, you know, why can't it go 5 kilometers that way? It's just not possible. That would be, you know, pushing it into a whole different area. It wouldn't be able to work within the greater system of the towers. So it really is, well, if it's not on this property, maybe on the neighbors or maybe on the neighbors that way, but it's still going to be in the general location of the other properties and housing. I do a lot of towers in city areas as well, you know, from Toronto to Peterborough and everything else. You know, and most towers down there are within, you know, 50 meters to 60 meters of housing and so forth, you know, because of the density and the population and everything else. This being, you know, at least 200, 300 meters from the actual closest and mostly 500 meters are out. That's pretty good distances that we can deal with.
Councillor Ingram?
The chair, I have some concerns that because the landowner agreed to take it, that you didn't look at alternate locations at all. And now we're sitting here with all these concerns and you don't have an alternate location because you figured you're going to get through. And that to me is just not the way you do things.
Well, the thing is not, it's alternate locations generally means it would be other properties, could be the properties beside it. It could be the property, you know.
But you didn't look at that. You clearly didn't look at any other location once this one was picked.
No, I think initially probably there would have been probably 7 or 8 properties to look at, but it's also partially was finding the owners that are willing to have.
I understand the willing, but what if the people around it, as it is today, don't want it? That leaves you with no other option. Or us to decide, because you haven't found an alternative if this doesn't work for us. If we decide no, what are you going to do?
No,
Find another location?
It goes back to Rogers of
Okay.
whether it becomes a gap that is left in the system as well. So it's you know, it would go back to them to make the decision for that, and it would be that maybe this is just not built.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McKelvey?
2.5 years in, towers are probably one of the most controversial things I've felt we've had to deal with. When I was still working this whole EORN project and the Warden's Caucus, big announcement was great. We were going to get all this money put into Haliburton County and we're going to have towers connect. And there is a need to connect. One has to talk to the next, And I remember as a staff person, seeing the map of the number of towers that are going to go in Haliburton County and thought, wow, I'm glad I'm staff and not a politician, and here we are. So this one's been nibbling away here for a few years. So I personally find that the need for this project is important. I feel that we as members of council and the township are forced to say whether it concurs with our land use policies, which our manager of planning has said it does. Then we're forced to say whether it met the consultation. And I honestly am struggling with that because other than that, I'm willing to take the hit to approve the tower. Probably not very popular, but given the legislation that we're dealing with, we don't have a lot of choice, except I'm struggling to say you met the public consultation. And I appreciate that you weren't part of the, but the fact that you've come with a lot of probablys and I assume maybe tells me you don't know for sure. And that's, no offense to you, but somebody needed to come here and say, we absolutely complied with this. The other thing is in the planning report from staff, it talked about a meeting that the people were invited. And if you go to the Sedgwick Tower one, they had definitely people invited to a meeting and we've seen emails. But the special meeting, I don't think actually happened with a lot of notice. So I'm not sure that there was anybody other than maybe one person that could comply with an hour and a half's notice. So can we just speak to that?
So I believe it would have been proper notice period that was given here where the mailer went out to.
Sorry, my question is to the author of the planning report that said that there was a meeting organized where township staff, EORN or Spectra, and the residents were invited to participate. I believe in the Sedgwick Road one, it was on Zoom. On this one, I'm not sure.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so the Sedgwick Road one was part of the public consultation. Mr. Elder held like a formalized with notice meeting. That was not part of this particular site proposal. What was arranged was through some residents who requested a meeting with certain residents, EORN and Spectra Point. Township staff were not at that meeting, so I'd need EORN to speak to anything that came from that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. EORN had come, oh, I'm sorry. Who I am, I'm Lisa Severson. I'm the Communications Director for EORN. So through the ISED protocol, public meetings are not necessarily required. So Rogers did follow, or Spectra at the point did follow the requirements of the ISED protocol around notification and consultation. We had come to council and presented. We knew that staff had received questions and as well as members of council and inquiries from members of the public. And because we were here in Haliburton, we agreed to meet if those members of the public were available. So yes, it was short notice. It wasn't something done intentionally. It was something that we were trying to facilitate when we were here and after hearing comments that were raised to staff and council from the public. So we did have one member who was able to attend when we were here after the presentation to council. I think it was 2 months ago, roughly.
I assume that this tower is part of the total network. And the communications generally, and these are officially their primary uses for cell service. And cell calls bounce from tower to tower if you are moving. And so I'm assuming that this tower, I'm pretty certain that Rogers is not putting up a tower that is never going to be used. So I assume this is part of the network for communications, particularly for people, along with everybody else, but particularly for people that are moving around, like tradespeople, et cetera.
You know, the highway networks and everything else that run around there, especially obviously some during traffic count goes up quite dramatically with people from out of the area for either passing through or here. Stay for weekend, summer, whatever. The one other thing, if I just bring up, because I know the emergency service is the other thing, it's not just the cellular, there is everybody uses it long for anyone safe. Side was also safety of what we were hunting, hiking through woods and everything else, that they are able to then pinpoint the world through find their way out. I know that I like to oftentimes, you know, what I am. I very much have to look at myself and sometimes to remind the direction back and go we were something else, that there was a safety in that side too, before you have proper cell service coverage. It may not be too emergency, but it still is for safety measures, or hundreds or accidents and so forth, that they can be after.
Councillor McKelvey.
And I too have experienced going to a hunting camp where you can't get cell service. And just as a point, the aggregate resources area next to it has no cell service on my phone. So people working there or anybody going along that road. However, again, I go back to this. Did we meet that policy? And I guess the problem we have here is that we have two files on the same agenda and they haven't quite been treated the same. And that's where I'm struggling to say they met the requirements, because it would appear the way you've operated, you've provided a better consultation opportunity perhaps on the Sedgwick one. And because the person that was doing the other one isn't here, we can't say that for sure.
We noticed that it does a lot for not just what was a public meeting in their website, is you have a communication by so forth. Because even with the public meeting, you don't often have the ability to it's not necessarily recorded and taped and you're quickly breaking down notes. Or letters that they are able to provide or notice of not only what person acquiring, but also and obviously for this level sense of conversations back and forth so forth, and that's all.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to also reiterate that the public consultation held on the other tower was above and beyond the ISID protocol. It's not a requirement in order to say that the protocol was satisfied. It was just something that was done through a different agent. Although perhaps might have been helpful in this case, it was not a requirement for following the protocol.
So the implications, well, first of all, as I understand it, if we were to issue non-concurrence, that is only taken as one of the factors by the government of whether or not they approve the tower or not. The second part of it is though if we issue non-concurrence, chances are Rogers will say, you know, we have enough other work to do on this project, and so therefore, you know, we just aren't going to build this tower. which becomes a decade-long implication for us because we continue to have this gap. I know that the area that I travel in the most is affected by this gap, and the tradespeople that I talk to are similarly affected in that area. And I just, as much as don't want to get into debate on certain things, I can tell you that when we went through our state of emergency, the emergency services were very much relying on cell phones because their radio networks were down. So this is just another way of communicating, and it's you know, it's used more and more. All right. Do we have any other questions, Councillor Saini?
Yes, this is a very emotional issue for me. Councillor McAlvey mentioned it was better being a staff person than in politics. And I got to tell you, I'm being confronted with a lifetime of environmentalism and as a researcher. And this is a very, very difficult issue because we are working in a very reductionist, we're community, whatever side you're on, but we're working in a really reductionist framework of what we can address when and how. I want to congratulate our community on incredible research they've done and colored within the lines of our reductionist framework in order to make their points, really to be commended. I've heard people say this is not in my backyard syndrome. Far from it. We have a community here that is trying to get at the facts and trying to protect our community. And if I'm sitting here on the front line with my community, the people I live with, and I can't speak for them, yet I have worked at the international level and national level around environmental issues, and I can't even speak to them here because they reply to health. That's a reductionist method that we cannot work within as our community. We are the front line of our community with other levels of government. We all work with job descriptions. We have to work within those job descriptions. But there's a point in time when we have to say the health of our community is more important and we need more facts. I am very, as you may notice, emotional about this, very respectful of the work that everyone has done on all sides of this. But within that reductionist framework, we can't make a decision for our community without understanding more about what that decision entails and how it affects everybody. So what I'm going to suggest is, first of all, I can't support this. Technology and capital is changing much faster than our democratic process. And so we're running over a democratic process in order to progress with higher speed. We live in a society we want faster, we want now, we want the best, we want of everything, whether it's our shoes or our high-speed internet. What's that going to accomplish in terms of our own humanity? I don't get it. I don't get it. I'd rather have community. So to summarize, and plus this technology could be old technology in no time. Technology is changing so fast. Satellites are coming in. We have more low-flying satellites to be taken. We know, as pointed out by some of the presentation, that fiber optics, in terms of running lines, is probably better, especially with climate change right now. I'm seeing what's happening with lightning strikes and towers. So I'm almost thinking that we've taken off with EORN, with all due respect and what the ideas were when that started and that whole project and this whole method started. All respect for the thinking that went into that. But I'm thinking technology is changing so fast that what we are doing at EORN is going to be out of date before we know it. And we better be doing stuff that's safe instead of creating more problems. So that's my opinion on this. You've taken me to a place that since the 1970s, I'm too old for this, that I have seen the history. I know the research. I want to point out the book, No Immediate Danger, which was also done with another type of energy by Rosalie Bertel. And I had the opportunity to work with Rosalie Bertel around that research, around energy. And so I think we really need to take a step back and start working in such a reductionist framework. Thank you.
So we govern for the many and not for the few. The situation we have here is that we have a certain jurisdiction about and we play a certain role at municipal council. You know, we defer to NAV Canada, whether or not lights are required on towers. We defer, that is their responsibility. The same as Health Canada has responsibility concerning the health issues associated with these towers. We do not have the expertise. We do not have the competence to be able to make those decisions. That's why those other bodies who specialize in this are doing it. We do not have the right, going into another whole area, you know, if the health unit decided that a certain measles vaccine was going to be used, we don't have a right to overrule the health unit. We have rights that are delegated to us from the province as to what we can talk about and what we can deal with. If we don't like the laws, then we have the right to make delegations and to be part of trying to change the laws. But we are working within a framework of laws, and that's what we are faced with here today. We are faced with the issue on a letter of concurrence based on whether or not, in our opinion, that the group has followed their consultation process, and we are involved in the planning process to see if the lands are suitable for this project. And that's the limit of what we get to talk about at this point. Councillor Ingram.
Through the chair, I'd just like to reassure all taxpayers that I work for all the taxpayers, not just a few. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Johansson.
Thank you. Yes, it seems many want better cell service, and I get the need for it. I understand that. But please look at this situation before us today with a bit more in-depth consideration. My council knows that I speak up on issues that are important to my constituents, and they're for me. There are 20 properties with homes in the direct area of this proposed tower, 13 opposed, 1 undecided, 2 in favor, and 4 unknown. Some residents have sent in their concerns, which all of council may not have seen. There are about 15 children in this area. This proposed tower stands to serve approximately 20 homes. If you look at the map of where the tower will provide service to, the bulk of it includes a resident home with 87 acres, 3 pits, a sewage dumping site, and a ton of vacant land that is inaccessible. It breaks my heart that a young family that absolutely love where they live, children within the close community, will need to sell their home and move elsewhere away from a cell tower because of health reasons and other considerations. And there are many more concerned residents. We would all have a different opinion if this was happening in our backyard. I have seen the level of public opposition to this proposal, and I think we have a duty to consider what our residents are saying. Solutions are possible. I believe this process has been very non-transparent and draining on the residents. We all know of another tower that was in my backyard that found a new home with many residents with the same concerns as the Bob Cajun Road location. While federal regulations often govern the placement of cell towers, other municipalities have expressed concerns and have sought to implement local policies to address concerns. We need to do this as well. Sorry, my lips dry. Sorry, I'm losing my tongue. Opposition to cell towers is often rooted in health concerns, property value impacts, and lack of community input. Today, we have lots of input. I have talked to realtors, and they agree with the property value impact. The debate over cell tower placement highlights the ongoing tension between federal jurisdiction and local autonomy. There has clearly been a negative interest in this proposed cell tower by my constituents since the beginning of finding out about this proposal back in January, early February. It is the municipal government that is arguably the most accessible to its constituents and the one best able to advocate on their behalf. In some cases, interior municipalities have successfully voted to shut down or oppose the placements of cell towers. This is not a first. We need to listen to our community members in the areas and be a voice for them on these proposed cell towers. I choose to stand on the side of my constituents. I just have a few points I want to make out. I am concerned about the comments I've heard from my constituents about the flaws in the process. I don't believe that all the questions raised by residents have been satisfactorily addressed. An alternate site was never considered. They have done nothing to integrate the tower into the horizon. The tower will sit perched up on a ridge 50 meters above the tree line. On the topic of land use, though the tower is located between two quarries, which can't be seen from the road, it is quite close to nearby homes and will be an eyesore from Bobcaygeon Road, particularly when there are no leaves on the trees. I'm unclear as to whether or not an environmental assessment has been completed. There seems to be conflicting information. Could council see a copy of this assessment carried out by First Nations on the Bobcaygeon Road site? Thank you.
Do you want to address the environmental issue?
Pardon me, through you, Mr. Mayor, environmental would be limited to anything that's in our official plan, which generally is around wetlands. There weren't any identified in the area of the tower. There were some potentially identified within the actual aggregate pit itself, but there was an review done that those are not present, and again, that those lands are being otherwise impacted by the pit. So we did not require any environmental assessment to satisfy land use policy. Anything else in terms of environmental assessment would be under other legislation like the Environmental Protection Act or impact assessments.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Jens.
I hope that council will support me in the motion that I'm putting forward. The council does not support the proposed telecommunication tower and hereby advises industry, science, and economic development of non-concurrence with the proposed tower location C8590 Bobcaygeon Road.
Yeah. So Councillor Sisson.
Through the chair, no, that's okay, Councillor Johansson, no problem. So just procedurally, we do have this motion before us today. If council decides they don't want to approve it, it can be defeated. If there's another motion they want to put forward at that time, that's fine after we take care of this one. But I think we need to stick to proper procedure, please.
Right. So before does Eorn or Spectra Point wish to make any comments?
We respect, EORN respects council's decision. We will have to take, depending on what the vote is, we'll determine next steps. The project is done at the end of July of 2026. It takes anywhere between 12 and 36 months to find an appropriate site, go through all of the review, etc. So at this point in time, we can't guarantee that there would be an alternate site found.
And also, I just would probably say,
Could you use the microphone, please?
sure. I probably also say just it was made earlier, just that this technology is so fastly moving and being replaced and forward. So I still think it's a long way. There'll always be the towers for a thing, and as things change, then things will change and things will be removed or added or ever changed. Fiber optic is not That's an internet based thing or allows cell service to go through, but it's not a cellular. You can't run fiber and run cellular technology off of it. It still is required for the purpose of antennas.
Okay. Councillor Sisson, did you have a question? Sorry. Councillor McKelvey?
Is there any chance that this could be changed to one of the, I'm gonna call it a tree type tower?
Unfortunately not, it's because, I mean, one, because of height, because of being rural, this is a very hilly area. So terrain is, very key to this. And at 70 meters, you cannot, and we can't even do a monopole of that height.
If I may
So-
also for you, Counselor, the concern that we have with respect to shrouded towers, i.e. the ones that look like pine trees and things like that, is that they do shed. And that is a significant problem from an environmental perspective. There is one that was put up very early in the project based on LUA requirements in the northern part of the county. And my colleagues have driven past it and they're amazed at the amount of shredding of plastics underneath the tower. It's unfortunate because I do understand that they are used in some areas. And I wish there was a better solution, but unfortunately, we cannot, or we don't plan to mask them.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, could you read the resolution, please?
Moved by Counselor Sisson, seconded by Counselor McKelvey, that council receives report 2555 planning's information and the council concurs that the required public consultation has been completed and that the proposal by Rogers Communications Inc. for Tower Site C8590 complies with the land use requirements of the Township Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw. And further that bylaw 2573 being a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the statement of concurrence be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda.
All those in favor?
In favor. So it's
yep,
defeated.
Yep, that is defeated. 1356.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, report 25-56 regarding a request for a letter of concurrence for cell tower site C 3590, which is proposed to be located at 1221 Sedgwick Road. In addition to being consulted for land use policies, the agent on behalf of Rogers Communications initiated the public consultation process on May 28th, 2025, and which concluded on June 25th. Based on staff review, the ISID protocol was followed. There were numerous comments received from the public, which indicated support for the tower. Staff also reviewed the proposal against land use policies and are satisfied the tower conforms with official plan policy and exceeds the zoning bylaw requirements. Staff are therefore of the opinion the letter of concurrence is appropriate. Again, happy to answer questions.
Any questions? Seeing none. Any comments from me or in respect point? Seeing none, please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Saney, second by Counselor Ingram, that council receive report 2556 planning as information and that council concurs that the required public consultation has been completed and that the proposal by Rogers Communication Inc. for Tower Site C3590 complies with all of the land use requirements. And further that bylaw 2574 being a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the statement of concurrence be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda.
All those in favor? That is carried. We will take a break until 10:45.
Sunglasses.
Yeah, or tinted lenses.
All right, welcome back. As we continue with our meeting, I'd like to introduce Gary Dyke, our county clerk and CAO, who's going to enthrall us with his latest project.
Thank you, Your Worship, and it's in council's pleasure to be here, and it's a tough act to follow, your last public meeting, but this is my fourth time doing this presentation, and I seem to have followed one of those public meetings every time I've been out, so it's this will be much less painless, so I promise. So you can just say yes and we'll move forward. Thank you again for being here. Just take the opportunity to present to Minden Hills Council the second phase of the service delivery group program. It's go through kind of a little bit of the history and background, what's been presented to date, or sorry, what's been implemented to date, successes, failures, next steps in the first phase, and then identify the kind of scope of work that's been developed over the second phase, as well as the program we're looking to put in place to have getting reports back to collective councils towards the end of this year into early 2026 for hopefully some implementation on some of the areas we're going to be looking at. And as I previously mentioned, I've already presented this to the previous three councils, local councils going forward, as well as obviously the initial endorsement from county council. Just as a starting point, I'd like to just talk about what exactly we're looking at for service delivery, because this is important to identify what we're doing and why we're doing it, and also talk about what it's not, or what the principal program of it's not. First off, and as identified in the staff report was provided, is that this is meant to be a systemic assessment of the services that we provide either individually or collectively across the area, and the effectiveness of those, both from the standpoint of policies, implementation aspects of it, and financial considerations of it, of how much investment, what the return on investment is, both in human capital and financial capital going forward. But also talk about the accessibility and sustainability of the services from the standpoint of that, are they just point in time and they're driven by, we have really good staff or a collection of staff doing the work, or is actually a solid program that can transcend individuals and be adaptable going forward to adjust to the multi changes we have in the programs that we have to provide over time. And hopefully if that's done correctly, we're optimizing the delivery of that service and operational performance for the betterment of ourselves, but also the ratepayers across the county and the people that utilize our services, be it from a development standpoint or any other operational standpoint going forward. Having said that, it's also important to recognize what it's not, and it's should not be looked at solely a cost-cutting exercise. There are aspects of it where potentially you will save money, but that's not the purpose behind it. The purpose behind it is around the essence of the service delivery itself and making sure that we're meeting the mandates as set by councils, or operationally the mandates I set for my staff, or as Ms. Fletcher would set for her staff going forward, and making sure the best way that those mandates are being met. And those things are, and it's never meant to be static in the sense that they should evolve over time with respect to responses we receive back from council, responses we receive back from our own staff, but also the responses we're getting from the users of our programs to make sure that we're meeting their needs. And so having said that, while not a cost-cutting exercise, it certainly is a customer service exercise in itself. And also from the intent of this program itself, there was some commentary brought up previous presentations regarding what the end game of this operation is, and it simply is that it's sufficiency of service delivery review, and the best way that we can do it either together, centralized, whatever the case may be we're looking at, and is by no means is the concept around amalgamation part of the equation going forward. It is simply around how we deliver services going forward. As mentioned previously, just to highlight what we're looking at today, bit of a background on the SDR we've done to date, and particularly on the outline of the phase 1 of the program, and outline of the scope of work for phase 2, and outline of the program we have tentatively put in place for phase 2 regarding the review and recommendations that will come forward to council for consideration later in the year. I'd also recommend, just from the standpoint of ease for all of us, if you have any questions as we go forward, with your acquiescence, Your Worship, that we can just take the questions as we move forward.
That's fine.
Thank you. Phase 1, the SRF phase 1 was completed by Strategy Corp back in the previous term of council, the 2018-2022 term, with a final report that was submitted to the various councils in 2020. It was quite the undertaking, which was good in a sense with the breadth and depth of what it went into, but it also created its own problems as from an implementation standpoint, given the size of the program put in place. It looked at 66 different service profiles across all the organizations, which is quite a feat, and identified over 200 potential improvement opportunities across all our organizations, including some benchmarking numbers that we'll talk about in a minute. Of the 200 identified, it came up with 12 that they recommended as identified as high priority for going forward, and they're identified in the list, which is fire services, solid waste management, building and bylaw procurement, IT, economic development, legal, human resources, corporate communications, roads and bridges, and planning. And that's a big swath of what we do and the depth of going forward. Next slide, please. Within the report came out as they identified within those 12 high potential, high level areas, high priority areas, they identified for $900,000 in direct and $210,000 in productivity gains through the implementation of the program. It's important to note that given the projects that were identified for implementation during first phase, very little of that $900,000 was realized because of the nature of the programs that were implemented going forward. It wasn't through, they were poorly implemented. It's just that the ones that had the biggest cost savings weren't implemented to their full extent going forward. So that was so if that's being used as a benchmark, it's a bit unfairness. Those chunk of those weren't implemented. But there was a lot of work that was done, and compliments to the staff members that were involved during the first phase. The level of work that was done in doing the detailed review and assessment of the areas identified. There were teams comprised of staff from the county and each of the member municipalities over a number of months. The findings were presented to an implementation committee, which was comprised of county council. And from those reviews and recommendations that were put forward to the original steering committee, the 12 was broken down even further into 6 that were identified for implementation. And those were solid waste management, fire services, economic development, bylaw enforcement, procurement, and IT strategy. And it's important that bylaw enforcement was limited to the shoreline preservation bylaw at that time. There was significant levels of success that were brought forward in these 6. But I would note that solid waste management, from an implementation standpoint, it did go forward to the point that there was a third party brought in. Dylan was brought in to do a review of the delivery methodology for solid waste management. The recommendation was to consolidate and centralize that. That report was not supported by county council nor any of the local municipalities. So solid waste management implementation stopped at that point, and it was determined at that point to go with status quo on the implementation of the solid waste management program. There is, without in the interest of council's time, there is a lot more detail on the impacts of the implementation of these identified services in the report that I provided to council. So I won't go through those right now, but I can answer any specific questions you may have as we go forward. Next slide, please. One of the really important or strong aspects came out of phase 1 was and it was a little more intangible part of things where you can't actually quantitatively identify its success, but qualitatively, I think you can, with respect to the increase of intermunicipal cooperation between the county and the local municipalities and across the board in any number of areas, which increase cooperation, interdepartment coordination of various aspects of what we do, whether they were part of the implemented ones or just general operational aspects, where that increased significantly. And there are considerable strides were made to improve that relationship, which actually has had a significant impact on the implementation and the quality of the work being done between the county and the member municipalities, more importantly, between the member municipalities themselves. And this increased level of quality cooperation has had a positive impact on the effectiveness and efficiency of the services we already deliver. That allows us, I think, to do a very good job in the scoped area going forward, but also go back and identify areas of improvement for the ones that were implemented during the first phase of the program itself. Next slide, please. The implementation of the recommendations was successful on an overall basis, as I mentioned previously. However, some of the primary challenges going forward, the first implementation, were attributed to a number of factors. Just again, the sheer magnitude of the program, the original program created some issues with respect to the amount of staff time and some of the demands on staff as how they're brought those recommendations forward. But the other thing with respect to specifically some of the other areas on the implementation, I'll talk about those shortly, is that the implementation portion of it, there wasn't a solid implementation plan put in place. By that, I mean, there wasn't an actual physical plan put together, identified who does what, responsibilities for what do you do if certain things arise, conflict mediation, those types of things. That was never actually codified or created document that standpoint. And we are over time, as staff members that were involved in the initial phases of it, that were part of the development of the new programs, once they started to leave our organizations, all the institutional knowledge went with them. And so it started to have some breakdown as to the who does what responsibility stays going forward. So one thing we're looking at now is and I'll get into the next slide, is with respect to service level agreements in those specific areas. It clearly defines the program and who does what and who's responsible for what going forward. Service level agreements are just what they state they are. They're a document by which they clearly identifies who's responsible for what aspect of the service delivery. It's going to talk about if there is a cost effect associated with it, regarding if it's a pay for service or a general fee service, or it's just part of the general levy piece. That would all be clarified within the document itself. But it's like any agreement you're getting into with a partner going forward is you're anticipating areas of conflict. Right. And how do you deal with conflict? How do you deal with disagreements on areas? Or conversely, how do you deal with something if somebody wants out of the agreement? And that issue has come up in a number of areas, because as we move forward with some of these, once you try to start untangle that piece, when you have multiple partners, in this case, it would be 5 partners, there's impact on other partners if one decides to leave, and you have to actually identify it up front and go forward. And that's a question that has come up a couple of times in the presentation so far. But the clarity and transparency is important, not only for the municipalities, but also for our client base, be it the development community, be it the public themselves, as to it's clear to everybody what the responsibilities are and how the program works. And it also identifies accountability in a standpoint, regular reporting requirements, be it on the financial end, but also on the performance end, that can be measured both at the staff level, but also at the council level as well, to make sure that we're delivering what we said we're going to deliver, and also identify areas by which we've got areas that need to be improved or at least addressed at some point going forward. So you're actually being proactive on that review and assessment of what's going on, instead of waiting for it to be a problem, as you're trying to get a little proactive on it as well. By doing those, you improve service quality. The cooperation is much strengthened between us, because now we understand. So now we're not spending time debating on who's responsible for what. It's just how we've achieved it going forward. And one of the most important aspects of it, it's a very clear tool by which you can predict and forecast resource allocations over a number of year period. And that's very important, because as we're doing our fiscal planning with the demands being put on us, both external to us as well as with our own services ourselves, is that forecast or long-term financial plans is very important. Because I say this a lot to my staff, and I'm sure they're tired of hearing it, is we just can't plan for next Tuesday. We have to plan for the next 1,000 Tuesdays. And we need these documents in place to allow us to do that in a much more structured area. And we actually have data to back up the decision we're making. So when the recommendations come forward to council, they're backed up with data as to why we either have to expand a certain area or modify an expense or eliminate one going forward. And lastly, with this clarity and accountability, the public trust is increased, because we're very clear as to what we're doing, how we're doing it, and what the return on investment is, or the value for investment we're getting as we're in the services we put forward. Next slide, please. That leads us into phase 2. Again, looking at it from a bit of a different perspective than the first phase, which was a little bit easier for us. A lot of work that was done through the first, we're taking advantage of moving into the second phase. Again, this is designed not to be static in nature. It's not just going to be one and done and we move forward. It's going to form an integral component of, at the county level, our continuous improvement program, and allow us to feed into the next level. This should be something we do on a continual basis. We're looking at, we're looking at 4 areas this time. Is that through this review, it should also lead us into what's the next, what are the next areas we're going to look at, or those type of things going forward. And one of the key activities is what I mentioned, is the annual service delivery evaluation reporting. And it probably will be done on a quarterly, semi-annual basis back into our respective councils as to the effect of what we're doing, areas we need to improve, or areas we need to move away from. So that will be done in an area, but it will be clearly identified through the service level agreements and other aspects of mandates with council as to what we're measuring ourselves against going forward in as part of the review. From a human resources standpoint, I think it's also key as when we're doing a service delivery review is put policies in place as to when the positions become vacant in the organization. They're just not automatically filled, because you're looking at a standpoint of value to organization, impact to the service delivery element of it, or if it's something that is becoming less important, that we have the opportunity now to reinvest the resources or that FT into a different area of the municipalities that's been identified as a new priority or going forward. So it allows you to actually use existing money to grow versus always having to go back to, well, I'm looking for new money to do it. So it's a lot of the times with what we do, the positions are vacant, they're readily apparent that they're needed, but it still puts that lens on it. They're at least looking at it, evaluating it, and bringing a solid recommendation forward when we go forward. And these type of activities create a culture of adaptability.
Sorry, Councillor McKelvey.
I don't want to get too far in before I ask this question. So the review of all position vacancies. So is this sort of some kind of a process that then our staff has to say, okay, we have a position that's now vacant. We have to go to a committee?
No.
Or is just asking people to give the thought.
Through your worship,
to it.
to Councilor McCalvary, no, it's an internal process that would be conducted by each organization.
Okay.
It's an internal mechanism by which you're just doing your internal evaluation regarding if position A is now vacant, what's position A doing for us now, right? And if it's deemed to be essential, yes, then that goes through the process. And I would assume that given the organization, is that decision rests at the administrative level. As an example, I can say at the county level, we had a position become vacant that we reviewed and looked at and found that it wasn't necessary to fill. And we were able to actually take that one position and create two frontline positions actually at a lesser cost to the county. So we're increasing our service level, but at lesser cost just by reviewing that one piece internally. So it's not meant to be it doesn't go up to the county, or it just stays within house for each one of the organizations. So again, so we're looking at, where was I? Sorry, yeah. So the culture of adaptability, efficiency, and organizational growth is the overarching theme for going forward. It's something we're going to create a program by which we're always looking at ourselves, how we're delivering our service and improving as quickly as we can, but also changing to outside influences as well that were thrust upon us by the province or whomever else going forward. Next slide, please. Getting into the scope of work for the project, as mentioned before, while a Herculean undertaking at the first phase, in discussions at the CAO level, as well as discussions with County Council, we needed to understand or take a look at the impact that size of program had on the organizations. And so from an efficiency standpoint, we looked at scoping it down quite considerably and looking and what are the 4 areas we think right now are the ones that we should focus on, and go that way instead of getting into looking at everything else again. The 4 areas we landed on going forward were engineering, communications, human resources, and planning being limited to the concept around a centralized or single official plan for the entire county versus the multiple official plans we have now. So it's a bit of a scope thing on planning, not the entirety of the planning services itself. Interestingly enough, all of those areas were actually looked at during phase 1. And for whatever reason, they weren't brought forward. They were not one of the ones considered for implementation going forward. And there's some reasons for that methodology going as we move forward. Engineering actually appeared under roads and bridges, which dealt with physically the roads and bridges portion of the public works departments. We're looking at a bit of a different lens. We're broadening out into the provision of engineering services from the county to the local municipalities going forward. So it's a bit of a broader construct of what was before, but it takes a lot of the elements of the original review are part of this going forward. One of the areas we're looking at is on the engineering side of things is looking at, is there a way we can reduce consultant costs to the 5 municipalities? Just looking at the engineering consultancy fees, and this is by no means disrespectful to the firms being used, but just from a quantitative standpoint, dealing with the 4 lower tier municipalities in a 2-year span, there's $900,000 spent on engineering consultancy fees. And I mean, not just that's just a hard number that was received from the municipalities themselves, and it doesn't include the consultancy fees used by the county. It was just the local level.
And that number is probably, like, that was arrived in 2020?
It's a 2-year period, over a 2-year period.
Okay,
Yeah.
because that seems low to me, actually. I think
Well,
it's probably
well,
upwards, but-
if I might, through your worship, it is low in the sense, because I excluded stuff that you'd probably have to pay for anyways.
Okay.
We're not allowed to inspect our own bridges under the legislative requirement for the
Right.
province. So any monies that were prescribed to those consultancy fees, I didn't include it because I didn't want to skew the number on the high side.
Okay.
So I extracted what best of my ability where fees you're going to pay anyways, right? Depending on what format you use, we took those out. So it's an apples to apples comparison on the expenditure on engineering fees.
Excellent. Okay, so, I mean, engineering, they have a building engineer, they have a structural engineer, they have an environmental engineer, they've got engineers coming out the yin yang. How would you do that? Like, would you hire an engineer at the county that would then provide these services for perhaps structural, or is that what the thought process?
Well, right now, without predetermining what the outcomes would be, those were all the things that we talked about at the review committee stage. But yes, that we'd be looking at things about what is the best service. It may rely back, no, the best way to do it is as we're doing it now, which is better with different form of contract management or something like that. Or it could be an increased level of service provided. So we're looking at the consultancy fees were used as an example from an expenditure standpoint. We're also looking at, is there a better, because the specialized knowledge, to your point, of the engineering services is expensive, whether it's in-house or external. Is there a way we can share that cost? So instead of Minden Hills paying 100% of something, they're paying a percentage of something that's shared across the way. And I look at things like some of the engineering support stuff, like on some minor or mid-level design aspects, or there's quantity calculations for winter management or generalized road maintenance. But also with the increase of aspect of the importance of the asset management planning within the province. Now, this is not by no stretch of saying the county would want to take over asset management planning for everybody.
How about it?
Yeah, but more in the sense whereby we could provide assistance, specialized assistance to the municipalities through the implementation of their approved asset management plan. And same with some design elements or and some minor inspection pieces and so like. So there's a way it could be a shared service that's not everybody's paying 100% value for it going forward. And so that was all the things we throw in the hopper and come out with. And by this, through the review and a lot of the information we have some, from a quantitative standpoint, we have some financial numbers to what certain things would cost going forward and what we currently pay. So that's the type of valuation you'd be getting at council level when the recommendations come forward. Communications, again, it's the county itself does not have a dedicated communications person. I believe only one of the municipalities does have a dedicated communications person. But when you look at it, particularly in this day and age we have, I think it's a significant gap we have across all 5 organizations, with the exception of one. They have one dedicated person doing it. And is there a better way for us to provide it from a comprehensive, cohesive basis on communications, be it standardized reporting? We saw amazing value to the cooperative communications we had during the ice storm between county staff and the township staff going forward. Ironically enough, the 2 staff members that did such a wonderful job don't do communications for either organization, but they just happen to be good at it, right? So it was an extremely well done both ways. So that was kind of the one thing that kind of piqued me on the communication side of it, the value, both publicly and internally, we had with that level of coordinated communications and their ability to get into organizations like Hydro, Bell, which is a whole different story. But anyways, it's is the value we got out was significant. And I think it was one of the things I think we really should look at hard on that. Human resources. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
On the communications, that's the one I struggle with the most. So when you go back to the original service delivery review, communications was with the grant person. It was originally proposed that we would have somebody hired to do grants for everybody, and communications was kind of talked about as a small component of, like, I'm still trying to wrap my head around one person being hired to do communications. You know, then you're developing a Facebook page here, and then you're sending it up to the county, and then they're gonna put it back on, like, it just seems like a lot of.
Well, back to my comment around the engineering part, those are all the things that we looked at. I mean, it's got the one with the most, I think communications has the most moving parts out of all the ones we're looking at. Because any program we have, its sole purpose has to make things better. It's not about creating more bureaucracy. It's not about creating more process. It's about how do we best deliver the service? And it may land on the way it's being done now, may be the best way to do it. But let's look at it all. Let's see if the potential areas we can reduce costs directly to each other, or at least get increased value to the money we are spending in communications. Because at the end of the day, as given like the public meeting just prior to this one, the ability to communicate clearly and effectively with the public so they understand what's going on, and we're being proactive in some areas to address concerns of the public, the stronger we are collectively and individually going forward. So I think those are the aspects. So it may not necessarily be about one person doing it, but from a process standpoint, where we have a consolidated process where it's very clear how certain things are done within the realm of communications that may still rest at each individual municipality, but there's a consistency among the 5 that allows clarity. Because as we all know, the average person within the county doesn't know and probably doesn't really care whether it's the county or the township's providing the service, as long as their questions are being answered and there being an opportunity to speak to or understand what's going on.
I think it's important that when we discuss this at the county, this wasn't to create a hierarchy. This was to create a potential of a shared service. So there may be a communications person that is sitting at the county, that if Minden Hills has some specific communication, we would perhaps rent their service for a period of time so they could do our project. The same with the engineering. But the point also was that, the idea of looking at these was to develop what the end product would be. Yeah. Whether, it's hiring a structural engineer, or whether it's hiring somebody, a team of people or whatever. So this was just a matter of getting, these were the 4 areas where we thought there was a lot going on, and that it would be worthwhile to look at it and design. This is not a proposal at this point. Yeah.
And one of the aspects too we looked at again is the timing for implementation as well. I went back earlier about the lack of the formal implementation plan before. This is not necessarily saying of these 4 elements, everything is going to be recommended to come being 2026. There may be, yes, there's an area to improve, but there are iterative steps we can take over the next couple of years that allows things to go forward, because it's the transition piece that changes as well that has to be taken into account when we're looking at these types of things as well. Next slide, please. So again, we talked before is identify ways to improve service delivery, and also better allocate the resources going into it, as was talked before. This program we're going to get into with the details right now was developed in coordination, collaboration between myself and the CEOs of the local municipalities, and has gone through county council. Now this is the 4th local council to hear this report. But it's important to note that all final reports on the service delivery options that come through this program, all that decision making still rests with councils. Like, the recommendations come forward, there will be staff-led recommendations, but they will be presented to council, and I'll get to the details in a second on it for final decision going forward. So it's an important piece for everybody to understand and recognize, is that final decision still rests at the council table for anything coming out of the review going forward. Next slide, please. I apologize for this is a bit probably easier to read on your screen than on that one. So this outlines the development piece of it as well. And this is where there was a bit of a different change made with respect to phase one. Phase one had a steering committee that was made up of county council, where the reports would go up to county council, and then they would make the decision as to the recommendations that went up to collectively into the councils. And there was at the staff level, there was large staff committees that were brought in to do the review, but also make recommendations on themselves and their peers that would go up to so it was a bit of an awkward arrangement in the sense that you're asking staff members to make recommendations that in one sense could actually put them out of a job, could completely like put the colleague, like it was a weird dynamic coming forward. It was something that normally would come out of a different format. And that's what to me I was amazed at the strength of the recommendations. The first phase was actually quite good, but I also think it's not for that reason. Now you're getting into the breadth of stuff coming forward where I think you saw some of the stuff kind of not come forward because it was just so much being put on different areas going forward. So from a scope standpoint, so the change we've made here is that the 4 review committees set up in each one of the specific specialty areas that would be populated by a member from each municipality or members, depending on who goes to represent Minden Hills solely rests with Minden Hills from a staff standpoint. So Ms. Fletcher would assign, and I already have the list of staff members from each one of the 4 municipalities that would be the representatives from Minden Hills on the review committees. And then they would review the process going forward, create recommendations within themselves that would then go up to an oversight or steering committee that is comprised of myself and the 4 local CAOs. And then it's the CAO group that actually is making the final recommendations, final draft recommendations that would go up to collective councils for decision. And it kind of transfers some of the burden of the recommendations going forward. One is just a research development wing that then puts their information up into the CAOs group, who then make a recommendation based on that information and their own inputs up into at the council level. But it's important to note that it's expected we're trying to build in much more fluidity within the program than was before, is that we're not looking at when the reports first come to council, is they're looking at, they may come in stages. They may not, all 4 of them may not come at the same time, depending on how much work has to be done. So we come up in stages, but conversely, they're designed such that there'll be a back and forth between, similar to the staff reports you normally receive at the council table, in the sense that they'll come forward with information. Council may want more information. They'll go back to, so there'll be a back and forth both ways. Similarly between the oversight committee of the CAOs and the review groups, they may go back 3 or 4 different times before the final recommendation comes forward that meets all the criteria or guidelines set out going forward. And then the process again, the final decision rests at the council table with the recommendations coming forward. And in some cases, it may be options. Like, here's preferred option. However, here's 1 or 2, or conversely mentioned before, here's the phase 1 of the implementation. If we do this in 2026, then by 2028, our goal is to be here, or 29, our goal is to be here. So that's how we're looking at doing, is not as definitive as the last program, but creating something that elicits or looks to have that level of back and forth as a constant assessment of what's going forward, making sure that all the goals and mandates are being done. And in support of the project oversight committee, there would be staff members that would provide help on administration and report writing and things that way going forward. Mr. Obel, who's here with me today, will be helping me with respect to that as well, but I'm sure there'll be support from the townships as well. One of the other areas, again, and as we're going to get into the scheduling in a second, which has already changed since I wrote this report, I just didn't bother changing the schedule because I know it's probably going to change again. So I just left it in its original form. Is that, actually, let me just flip to the next slide, please. So this is the roles and responsibilities. It's just very clearly, it goes back to my earlier comment before about as long understanding what everybody does, who's responsible for what. So upfront, so everybody knows what their role is. Coming out of this, and this was based on a suggestion that Ms. Fletcher brought forward, is there will be a mandate or a scope of work, terms, or whatever you want to call it, for the review committees and the oversight committee. It's very clear as to what our responsibilities are, what the parameters for the study are. Because one point that was brought up by His Worship at the county council meeting was that you could create a lot of utopian outcomes that really have no basis. They're either too expensive, require way too much like new staff brought in that really, yeah, they look good, but they're really not practical. So we're looking at creating some parameters by which that we keep things focused within the constraints of what we currently have going forward. And if there is any increase in cost, it's clearly articulated as to what its payback is or what the return on investment regarded on productivity standpoint going forward. But that will all be clearly spelled out as we go forward. Next slide, please. So County Council received the report back in late June. The second they're down, I'm doing this now, which takes us, as you can see, it was supposed to be done by July 22nd. It's now July 31st. So I'm a little bit behind schedule. The goal was to be done by the end of the year. And particularly one of the key elements of that was for trying to keep within budget cycle. Because if there is a change that's approved by county council that has an impact on budget, our goal is to keep it within the budget cycle so that could be addressed in the current year budget. Because if you miss the budget, you're either doing a mid-year adjustment and she could be pushing it out for another year. And then from the implementation standpoint, is you're anywhere from a 6 to 12 month implementation of some of these things as they went forward. So you're actually pushing your project out by 18 months if you miss that cycle. And so that was kind of the goal. Both Dysart and accounting will have their budgets go to council for final approval in December. But I believe the other three municipalities are further out into the year. As Cynthia's shaking her head. So there are some time constraints I think we need to keep in mind as we go forward, and we can make adjustments through our review process going forward. While I do appreciate the tightness of the time frame, the one thing that we have working in our favor is that all 4 of the areas were reviewed as part of the original stage 1 to different levels, to Councilman Calvary's point. So it decreases a lot of the burden on the kind of the environmental scanning of areas because the report's only 2 years old. So a lot of the information is quite relevant. So it'll compress the work expectations of the staff going forward. Within August, it's probably gonna be September now, the kickoff meeting. We're still gonna shoot for the end of August, but it's a matter of availabilities because every summer is quite blocked up. Is a kickoff meeting. We'll talk about the outline of the program, the parameters, mandate of the program, expectations of the various working groups going forward. And then in the fall of the year would be the heavy lifting with respect to the review and recommendation generation going in. So with where we are now is we're probably looking at into January, February, just depending on where it goes, depending on how quickly they can get things done. With giving it the proper level of review. It's all not up. Speed is nice, but it has to be done properly. So we have to take that into account as well, but also taking into account the demands on, because it's basically being done in-house, is the demands our staff have on they're doing their regular jobs with respect going forward. So that's all been in consideration going forward. So I'm talking fast, I can flip pages. Yeah, and so there is flexibility built in into the program going forward, and there's ways we can deal with the budget expectations as things evolve. We'll start being able to understand early on what any potential financial implications are, and deal with that as part of a budget process, either by placeholders or whichever the case may be at council's discretion moving forward. I think that's the end of the specifics of my presentation. And your worship, I'll gladly take any further questions council may have.
Thank you, Gary. And I supported this at county council and but now had to change hats. And I fully support this still. My concern is what you just brought up was on timing. As we'll see, I think later on in this agenda, there's the ERP, there's a whole host of other things that staff is completely booked to do. I'm perfectly willing to let the accountants figure out how we would implement part of this mid-year or something like that, as opposed to trying to force this to meet our budget deadlines. So, I fully support it. I just think that as the teams meet, we've got to determine the timing, because you know, we're maybe in different shape than other places where you've got retirements, you get, we're in very dynamic environments. And I would rather that this be done right once than compromised by rushing it a little bit. So that's my only point.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I agree 100% is I believe it's important that we do establish like an end game as to when our target date, but even understanding the fluidity of what we do and the fact we're trying to do it with existing staff but allow us to report back up into council on success, failure, or start creating benchmarking things. So it's not like an open-ended process, but I do agree.
Councillor Sandy.
Yes, thank you through the chair. There are a lot of two-tier municipalities through this province, and it is a very difficult thing to manage. And I really love the way that our county is managing our two-tiered system and coordinating this and being assertive and saying we've got to do something and putting it in place. We're not an easy group of 4 municipalities to get all agreement with on something this extensive, but it's working. And I just want to say it's really great to see this good communication going among all the staff and all the municipalities. I just have one brief question, and it might be to our CAO, I'm not sure. And that is that we're looking at building efficiencies as well within Minden Hills. We're finally building up our building department and planning department and really excellent professionals and effective. And we're going to be looking at efficiency review on that. How does that fit in with what we're doing at the county? And that's my only question, but really pleased to see the direction of this. Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question. I think the development application review that we talked about at a previous meeting is really looking at the end-to-end process for that particular line of business. I think as Mr. Dyke has indicated, for the planning area, it's very scoped to reviewing our planning policy documents. So I think they are 2 very different things. Thanks.
But Mike, Worship, just to Councillor Saney's comment too. First thing I'll say is I spent 6 years in Waterloo Region, and you guys are nowhere near the level of dysfunctionality you see down there. So but with respect to that, the process should mesh in the sense that how we're taking in, looking at from a continuous improvement review, a regular reporting, outwardly focused on a mandate as set by both administratively by the CAOs, but also from council to the CAOs as to how they expect our operations to function. So any review should mesh into that same general construct going forward.
Councillor McKelvey.
I am so supportive of the service delivery review, but I do have concerns with us sitting around these tables and saying, rah, rah, yes, go do it, and not recognizing the workload, which I believe Mayor Carter's tried to say as well. I don't want to waste anybody's time. I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste the county staff. I don't want to waste our staff. And while you left the best till last, coming to us, obviously, I have watched you 4 times now. And I see the other townships with like red flags going up, but then they're just saying, okay, yeah, go ahead. And I see that as, I'm trying to think of the right way to put this in an open public meeting, but I see it as not doing our duty to make sometimes hard decisions that I don't want to waste staff time if I'm not personally really committed to something, or I know darn well others aren't committed to something. So at the end of the day, there's going to be another report that collects dust and nobody does anything. And I'm not, there's too many staff trying to do jobs off the corner of their desk now. So I'm personally, like, I'm wondering if it shouldn't be even prioritized more, if that's an option. Official plan, like that's my started tomorrow. 5 official plans in the county of Haliburton are absolutely ridiculous. So I'm really strong advocate for that. but I'm still struggling with the communications. No disrespect to your presentation or what you say it is. I can't get my head around that one, so I don't want to waste a lot of time, but that's just me. HR and engineering, yeah, if we can get something going there, I'm fine with it, but I do not want to vote on something that I'm not sure is going to end up being acted on at the end. So I don't know if there's a timely process. When will these service level agreements, will they come to us soon? Is that going to be the next council decision or?
If I might, your worship. So two front, I got to answer your second question first.
Sure.
It's the simpler one. So the service level agreements I'm talking about now are currently for this, the joint or collective services currently being provided, IT, procurement, and bylaw enforcement. So we're in the process now, as I have first drafts of all three of those agreements sitting on my desk now for me to finalize, and then those will be coming forward. So it's parallel processes when we're looking at the improvement of the implementation of first phase through the SLAs for those specific ones, and then the other process which is being done outside of the groups being asked to do the work on the second phase. And then conversely, when second phase is done, it won't be that much of a lag as part of because once the recognizing forward, there'll be an implementation plan that will come forward that will identify how it's going to be implemented, which would include the service level agreements for anything new coming forward. So that's the second part of your question. The first part of your question, I don't disagree with your statements because I certainly do not want to put any extra burden on staff time for something that isn't going anywhere. However, having said that, what we're talking about today is a process. And I personally have in my own head, I have some thoughts on the four we're going forward. I also have thoughts on the some that we didn't bring forward that if it was just up to me, they probably would have come forward, right? But I think it's important that it's not about whether or not we go forward and councils, plural, agree or disagree with one of the recommendations going forward. It's that we provided that it's a fact-based decision in the sense that, yes, we understand, however, right? Could be financial, could be resource, could be time, whatever the case may be. And we move forward from there. And so that's why I think it's important we do go forward with them as presented, and then decisions can be made based on the review, because we may find status quo is good. Now we have validation on the investment status quo, right? And now we're dealing with the nuances of how we do status quo versus a wholesale change. But also, even if it's just a timing issue where, yeah, we think it's a good idea, but the timing isn't correct right now, that work wasn't wasted. It now can be used if we're looking at a year from now or whatever. Similar to what we're doing with the first phase is we have baseline work to use going forward. So I don't think it would be wasted whether or not it's implemented by council, because even coming out of it, we may create or identify a process that can be translated into a different area as well for review and accountability as well. So I think there's value going forward. And what we're talking about now is just a process by which to create that decision-making metrics that allows us to make some decisions based on the information we have available to us or anything new that we develop.
And I think also in the discussion in the county, I mean, looking at the phase one, there was just, everybody was trying to do everything. And the notion is that you can probably only do 3 or 4 things at a time if you want to do them well. And so there were many more than these 4 that were brought up. These 4 were looked upon as either the place where we would get the best efficiency or the best use of resources, or perhaps save some money. But I think, I'm perfectly willing to leave it to that steering committee, the CAOs. If the CAOs say, you know what, this communication thing is not gonna fly, they can pretty much do it there. But I just thought that it should be done at the staff level as opposed to the at the political level, and because they're the ones who are working with it day by day. So I'm willing to give it to them and for them to decide the priority. I agree with you. The planning one seems like would be wonderful. A couple of the others have got the potential to save money. So let's let them do their work, and I don't, they will also be the ones who can best decide whether or not we're going to be able to do it within a certain time frame, because they're going to protect their staff to make sure that they're not overloaded and, you know, our local projects don't get done. So, I'm okay with giving it to the steering committee to proceed. Any other questions? I believe we have a motion.
Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Counselor Sisson. The council receives a delegation and staff report CAO 07-2025 from Gary Dyke, CAO, County of Haliburton as information, and that Minden Hills Council directs to proceed with the service delivery review program Phase 2 outline.
All those in favor? That is carried.
Thank you very much, Your
very much,
Worship.
Mr.
And
Mayor.
if anybody has any questions, interim.
Yeah. All right, moving right along, the adoption of minutes from the previous meeting. Minutes from June 26th, regular council meeting, and July 14th, special council meeting. Any comments or amendments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Ingram. Be it resolved that council approves the meeting minutes as follows: June 26, 2025, regular council, and July 14th, 2025, special council.
All those in favor? That is carried. Payment of accounts. The payment of accounts for July 31st. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Counselor Sisson. Be it resolved that the accounts in the amount of $1,360,514.34 be approved for payment.
All those in favor? That is carried. Moving on to the mayor's report. The one noticeable thing that I've witnessed over the last little while is it's hot. It's damn hot. We do have our cooling center, and really the community center, and also to a certain extent libraries. So please, folks, take advantage of those. If you know, particularly at our community center, there's a place to charge your phones and get cool water and even a shower if necessary. But not only have we had the situation with the heat, we've also had situation with bad air quality. So please recognize that you cannot necessarily handle everything outside that you would like to do or normally would do, and protect yourself. The other thing is that I noted earlier that as I read police reports and reports from our paramedics and fire about the number of incidents and accidents that we're having on the road and on the water. Yes, everybody wants to enjoy themselves and relax during the summer period, but you know, safety is extremely important, and so just take a second breath and before you jump into the water or jump behind the wheel of the car. That's really all I had for the mayor's report, other than to say, you know, we had a really successful July 1st. I believe there's events this weekend with the Rotary Club, or next weekend with Rotary Club. So we have lots going on in the town. It's well advertised on our websites and newspapers. So it's summer, take advantage of it. Councillor Saney, Roma Board.
Thank you through the chair. Our Roma board meeting last month was once again very successful. We met by Zoom. We're in the process of planning our 2026 January conference. So coming up with the themes and our guest speakers, and all this had to start now to get everything in place. So that was a focus. We also are going, of course, we'll have our next meeting at the AMO conference, our board meeting, and we have 2 delegations with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and one with the Ministry of Health. And so I won't go through the details because I think everybody here sees what's on our Roma website, the issues that we're doing fact-based in terms of providing health services to rural areas and dealing with homelessness, our rural infrastructure. One of the big issues that we're really focused on too is the cost. We're looking at OPP costs going up insurmountably. We're beginning to see more and more. If you look at municipal affairs magazines, you'll see more and more municipalities just hitting the end of the road in terms of being able to manage without tremendous tax increases, which are impossible. So the transfer payments that we get for the province, I think people need to know that's what helps us get through our every year are those transfer payments. So we make up the difference through taxation. We have a 100-year-old, once again, process. We need to update it because our demands on all of our services have increased a great deal over the 100 years, and we can't keep putting that on the tax as a tax burden. So Roma, particularly for the rural areas, are looking at trying to come up with a different model to address those increasing costs for infrastructure and for the other services such as health that we're paying more and more of, and also for the housing situation that we're having an increased homeless problem. So that's going to be a really big focus. And all of our work, once again, is based on research and is fact-driven. The other thing that we did is we had a review of the community health and safety program that was instrumented by the province. And we are looking at all the different ways that municipalities have put this into place. There was no real clear direction on how to do it for municipalities. So you have all kinds of different approaches. So one of the things we're going to be looking at probably is the best practices so we can inform each other of what we're doing and how we're going about that. The idea was to cut down on 911 calls. And then we see some places like Renfrew County who had an incredible system of cooperation in place between services and municipal and first call folks that was really helping with cutting down the 911. So to their end, this program really didn't meet or wasn't really necessary because they approached it differently. But so that's something we're going to have a review of across the province and rural areas to see what people are doing and how they're going about that. And if there's any questions, happy to take them, but that just gives you an idea generally about what we're up to. Thank you.
At the risk of editorializing, the situation on the transfer payments and the payments from the provincial government, as the provincial government continues to change laws and pass more and more responsibilities on to municipalities, I think to a certain extent, they want us to be the ones to take the fall for the tax increases. But you know, we're being asked to do more with less every year, and it's not sustainable, particularly as we get into asset management also. So we I wish you Godspeed in convincing them otherwise. All right, moving on to the correspondence. There was 3 items and none were asked to be pulled. I assume that remains the same. So Madam Clerk, please read the resolution.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councillor McKelvey, that council receives the July 31st, 2025 correspondence and communication items 11.1 through to 11.3's information.
All those in favor? That is carried. We now get into quarterly reporting. So I ask Cynthia Fletcher, our CAO, to join us.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, before you today are the departmental operating quarterly report. These are from a work standpoint and progressive work standpoint, both the operating and the capital. The financial quarterly reporting will be on the next council agenda. Our operating report gives you highlights for the period from April till June of this year of what has been going on in each department, and a little bit of a future look, which is future is really now. And then for the capital report, Mr. Mayor, It gives you an update for activity that happened within the second quarter for each project, where we're tracking from a progress standpoint compared to our projected end date, and progress in terms of draws on that budget. We have in the capital report 24 Minden Hills led projects and 6 that are led by Aqua related to our water and wastewater. And Mr. Mayor, we have folks who are here if there are any questions from council on either the operating, which is our day-to-day activity, or our capital, which are our major initiatives. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll start with operating. So any comments or questions? Councillor McKelvey?
We have a few questions if we might want to do them in order, I guess. I don't know. My first question's on the clerk's end, so. Awards Program Working Group, what is that?
Actually, we just met recently, a few staff members, just to try to organize the awards, just to refreshen them a little bit.
Okay.
We have some different ideas on how we would like to award those volunteers, whether it be a recognition certificate or an actual momentum from an art exhibit. So we're still working through the process.
fine.
I think we're meeting in another 3 weeks, actually, to sort of review some of the criteria. So hopefully we'll have something put together very shortly. Did I address all your questions, Councilman?
Yeah, that's on that one, yes. Bylaw property standards, it made a reference, I'm just trying to find what page it is though. It made a reference to property standards committee dealing with old files. I just wondered. Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Ongoing, scheduling property standards committee meeting to oversee old case files. Like I see it for new, I just wondered like the old case.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Would you care to repeat that, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
On the listing under operating for bylaws, says scheduling property standards committee meetings to oversee old file cases and new. Like new I get, like if you put an order and they object and it goes to property standards. Old files?
So we have had, through the chair, we've had some of the older files that we were dealing with that have not had the due process has been taken.
Okay, so
Into-
kind of starting over with those files. and
Unfortunately, that's the stage.
reissue.
we're at,
Okay.
Yes.
That's fine, thank you.
Do you have another one?
Yeah, I'm just, sorry. I'm trying to figure out which one might be first. Recreation. I saw where we have Sturgeon and Bancroft coming for summer ice. Great. I know we had talked before about having different rates for out of town organizations. And that whole fee was supposed to come back in March and didn't. I know we had a nice time about that. I'm just wondering, are they just still paying, Bancroft are paying the same rate that?
I don't know.
Good morning, Mayor and councilors, and through the chair. So in the fees and bylaw, the rates were approved for the non-resident and resident rates for it and the set dates for it. So the actual where you're seeing Bancroft Jets and Sturgeon, that was for spring tryouts. So now moving forward for summer ice, yes, the non-resident and resident rates are in effect, but for the spring, that wasn't. So now moving forward, they are in place.
So they're different rates.
So if they're not, yeah, so Bancroft and Sturgeon Thunder, like they have some ice here in the summer, they're paying the non-resident rate, the higher rate.
Deputy Marshal?
Just while we're in amongst your department here under Parks and Trails, can we have an update possibly on the light bollards for the Riverwalk?
So through the chair, we're just working, there has been a couple of grants that have come up that we are putting the work that we've put together in hopes to acquire some funding for that and looking at some different options. We found some solar lighting options that we would like to pursue, but we have a couple of grants.
Councillor Edison.
Sorry. Regarding the hanging baskets, are we able to keep the ones that are on the main street hanging, like where the stores are, longer, keep them hanging a bit longer? I know the other ones maybe take them down, but there has been a request for that, just to keep it pretty as long as we can.
So through the chair, yes, so we have spoken with the Horticultural Society as well. We do have a casual operator. We're just doing our hiring for our students as well, but we do have a plan in place that watering would continue 3 times a week. For those plants, we will be looking at the kind of out hanging ones. If they're still in good condition, we will continue there. If we remember last year, we had moved them all around, but when we started to move them, anything that was against the pole, they didn't look so great. So we are continuing the watering to hopes that we can extend the life down to the end of September, beginning of October.
Councillor Saney.
Thank you. It's along those same lines. And at one time, we had an incredible banner program where our community painted the banners. It went all along Bobcaygeon Road downtown and out to the community center. And then there was some informal discussion about what the the elementary school produced in terms of the art exhibit and the possibility of turning that into some of our banners coming into town and celebrating that. Is there any discussion about the banners or what we could be doing to make it look like this is unique, this is Minden? People can see their artwork up on those streets again and take ownership. Is there any thought of doing that, or can we put that on our things to do list somewhere? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just might give council a quick update as I am the support to the new Minden working group. So we are having a kickoff meeting with a number of people who are going to participate on that group, and perhaps this is something that we can take to that group. I'm sure if you've got any ideas, I think our focus is on activity and beautification, if I understand correctly. So if you've got ideas like that, send them our way.
Any other questions on operating? Councillor McKelvey.
My next question's finance or fire related. Thanks, Candace. So I don't know which one you want to do first.
Oh, whichever.
Okay,
Pick
well,
one.
finance, I'm just curious when the audit's going to be completed and when we will know our year-end surplus or.
Good morning, Mayor and Council, through the chair. We're meeting with the auditors next Wednesday, so we're gonna be having an update there. So we're still working through some things, but it should be fairly soon.
Fire.
The only question of fire I had was, do we have it in the next process to get the fire hydrants that aren't red painted? And also, have we done any of the testing on those hydrants to know what color their little caps are going to be? And
Good morning, through the chair to Councilor McKelvey. So I've spoken with Director Timmons. We're just waiting for Aqua to come up and do the flow testing. Once they have completed that work, then the painting will be done. So as far as the painting the hydrants red, that'll be done once all the flow testing's done, and then we'll paint the caps the appropriate color at that time as well.
and the other thing, was the truck that was damaged, is it back and in service and?
Yes, through the chair, yes. Engine 7 is back in service. It's not completely fixed yet. We're still waiting on a part so we're hoping to get that within the next few days, actually, and then we will have it fully repaired and but it is back in service and responding to calls now.
Any other questions on operating? Seeing none, please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Shell, that council receives the departmental operating report for the second quarter as information.
All those in favor? That is carried. Capital. Are there any questions on the capital projects? Councillor McKelvey?
I have again a few on the page, under administration, the electronic document and record management system. We had a budget of 33,000. So is that something we hire somebody to do this then? Because I was trying to understand, I went back to the budget to figure out what that was. And then you've got in your staff continue to integrate department records.
Correct. So through the chair, I'll answer the first question. We do work with Stone Share, which is the consultant, and they assist staff in reorganizing the documents to prepare and get them ready for our county IT staff to actually put the records into SharePoint. And the second question, as far as the financial piece, what we do is we sort of do it by buckets of credits. And then once they're used up, we order another bunch of credits. And so I just actually completed that the other day. So I just missed this reporting.
Okay, that's fine.
But we just spent another 18,000 basically.
I was hoping you had found some $33,000 worth of savings.
I'm hoping, I really want to do, and everybody's working collaboratively to try to save money as much as possible. Yeah, so that's our next batch of.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I didn't have any questions until the curling club roof. I don't know if anybody else does in between, but.
Go ahead. Councillor
Yes.
Saini.
Thank you. Through the chair. This is an old question. It's a policy question. I know we have a lot of policies that need updated, and there's a new one that I've been waiting now for a very long time to try to get through. It's the lighting bylaw that our community worked on a great deal, and it's still sitting there waiting to say, what are we going to do with this? Is this somewhere in the work plan? The bylaw has been done. It's something that's been adopted by many municipalities. I was just out near Tobamori. The whole area there is under the lighting bylaw, and it makes a huge difference in terms of our environmental aspects in our rural areas. And it also helps in terms of making sure that people who are developing our area and putting in new things don't put in lighting that is counterproductive to our environment. So if we can get that lighting bylaw somewhere on our agenda, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. We'll put that for another agenda item. Right now, we're just talking about capital project. Okay. Councillor McKelvey, you wanted to talk about?
Just one clarification, if I may, on this, what, or no?
Let's do capital.
Okay.
We'll bring this up again.
Okay, so curling club. Is this gonna happen before the ice goes in, or is this gonna leak all winter? Oh, sorry, you had that, yeah, now you're on.
That's all. Through the chair, so we have met with the curling club and we have laid out a schedule with the curling club committee. The anticipation is that we will tap dance around what they have scheduled. So I believe their ice plant starts up mid-September, and I believe curling begins beginning of October.
Yes.
Most of the work that we are focusing on now is the exterior of the building, is to ensure that the building is going to have a sealed roof, a proper roof system in place to minimize the infusion of water through the roof system.
So are we close to putting this out to tender then?
I met with, through the chair, I met with the engineering firm earlier this week.
Tatum?
So they have done their forensic audit of the building. They are in the process right now of preparing documents for the tender. So I'm hopeful that sometime early next week, I can get a hold of them and find out exactly where it sits. But I anticipate having the tender out by the end of August.
It's just not a criticism, it's just the later we tender these things with the tighter the time frame, the bigger the price. And that's where I'm concerned, not only on the price and also the ice time, if, you know, if we can work around them still being able to have their ice.
That's the intention, is not to impact their ice season.
My next question was the next roof, library, cultural center. So same type of thing. Are we still trying to do that this fall?
Through the chair, we are hopeful to get some kind of idea by this fall as to the extent of the work. It's a different work requirement for the cultural center as we are redesigning the roof, changing the slope and the angles and the extensions of the roof. That's the concern here. So this is a bigger project. It's not as quick and simple as just replacing a roof system and putting a new membrane on it. This one here, there's more involved. It's a bigger tap dance. So we are hopeful to get, everything in place and out by end of the month of August and see where it takes us from there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can add, part of the exercise though is to ensure that we have some water protection in advance of us actually redesigning the roof.
Okay. Councillor Saini?
Thank you. You answered 3/4 of my question. The other part of that is we can't go through another season, of course, with that roof. So is there anticipation that we can get someone to actually fix it before we go through that season? Or are there some things that we can put in place to make sure we don't do any more damage to or inside? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that was the intent of my comment, is we recognize that we can't let water into the building. But it may be that we're not rebuilding the roof this fall. It may be in the spring, but we need to ensure that we're not having water coming in.
Councillor McKelvey?
It's not on here, but it's a capital project and it's the Lachlan Hall. We have put a tender out to demolish the existing hall, but I understand you're going to talk to the committee and we'll decide about the stuff inside, but we did get an interesting thought proposed last night to us about when the Gillard Hall was taken down. When Ivan used to work here, it was done by internal resources. Is there any way we could consider such a thing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we always, anytime we're doing any work, we look at whether it makes more sense to do it with internal resources or external. I can tell you right now, our internal resources, between still cleaning up from the spring, focusing on our roads, our parks and trails, our internal team looked at it, but it's either we have our internal forces taking down the Lachlan Hall and we're contracting out some other work, or we contract out the Lachlan Hall.
Okay,
Any other questions?
not on Eric's behalf. My next question is, I had also wondered about the Riverwalk lights, but that's fine. The old generator is still on site. We still haven't tendered it. Or we haven't put it up on Gov Deals. I'm just trying to find out why that hasn't happened. Is there something new?
Through the chair, I've actually been in talks with Gov Deals. We have the pictures taken of the generator, and that will be on the tender site shortly.
Councillor Ingram?
Through the chair, I'm just curious, why wouldn't that go with the trucks? With, like, why wasn't it all put together? We did a meeting that included all those items together. I'm just wondering why it didn't get done when Mike did his.
Through the chair, that was because the generator was inundated with snow during the time when the pictures and were being taken of the other items. So it was decided that it'd be best to take them in the springtime to get that better bang for the buck and make sure that the pictures were very useful for the people bidding.
Councillor McKelvey?
Predates you. The tenders for the work in the arena for a new generator was directed in March of 2024, and at that time the old generator was to be put out for sale. So I'm glad you got pictures and we're going to get rid of it, but Bailey Barn was my next question, as far as, did we receive the report on the Bailey Barn? I said it was due end of July, which is today, so I'm just curious.
I have reached out to the engineering study, just waiting for them to respond back. One of the engineers is currently on holidays and returning on Tuesday, so it could be in anticipation that we'd receive the report next week.
I'm not sure who to talk to about the accessibility upgrades, which we had that huge grant. I mean, it was over $1 million project. And it speaks in here about engineering design and estimates are being reviewed. And then we're gonna go to the province and the feds, I assume, to try and get scope change, or? I just don't want to lose this funding. I mean, it's an old file. Mark Coleman actually successful in getting us this. We've gone through a couple directors.
Through the chair, I can speak a bit on the periphery with regards to that. We are in the process right now. I do have some proposals from various engineering firms with regards to the accessibility ramp here at 7 Milne Street. There's obviously allocations within that grant that are to specific buildings for that. So the plan is to go about and get proposals for these specific buildings as well. Obviously, Lachlan Hall won't be one of them, and then we'd have to go back to the province and see if we could reallocate and redistribute from where we see fit.
Okay. It's a 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, I believe. So it's actually federal too. So
Okay.
it won't just be provincial. This will be generator in the community center. And again, I think, we used it during the ice storm. We're using it during cooling center. If the hydro is out, none of that's an option. And we, again, have been trying to get a generator set up in the Arena Community Center for quite some time, and the resolution directed it happen on March 26, 2024. 16 months ago, probably predate you.
No,
But-
that does not predate me.
It's just, here we are, I think, getting somebody to do some sort of a design. I'm assuming it's an electrical engineer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have somebody who is speccing out what we need to run that entire building. I'm also going to try and take an opportunity to talk to our Emergency Management Ontario on the matter.
I just think it's a high priority.
It's a high priority item and it will be a costly item, and I'm looking for a way to try and get it funded.
The pedestrian crossover, I just want to make sure I'm on the same page. The we've hired Engaged to do some work, but we were only gonna do this project if we received funding, right?
That-
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
And it says that we have a preliminary design and cost estimate. Are we allowed to know what that is, or is that something we have to wait till the budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't,
I'm just wondering,
yeah.
like, is it,
It's not secret.
no, I just, is it, I don't think it's $5,000, but
No.
it's 500,000, that's
Yeah, through the
correct.
chair, you're looking at approximately 100,000 per crossover. Approximately.
That's fine, I don't ask you to sign it in blood or anything. Scotch Line Transfer Station indicates projected completion of Q2 2026. But I thought it was gonna be the end of this year, so is it been pushed off?
Through the chair, that was the goal. At this time, though, in order to ensure we have a competitive process and the most bids that we can get, we don't actually have any ECA requirements or any timelines on our end. So if we can, we certainly will make the attempt, but if it goes for next year, just for our own due diligence, that might be the best move.
Good. Is the new excavator here in use?
Yeah, through the chair, absolutely. We've been using it quite a bit.
Thank you.
We've done some ditching, we've done a number of culverts.
Excellent. Red Umbrella Road culvert. Asked a couple times on this. We were supposed to be meeting with MTO.
Through the
That
chair, that is something.
Construction's well on its way.
Yeah, the CIO and I are working on that one. We will have to have a meeting. We haven't had it yet, but we'll have that meeting. And if we have to do those culverts, it's certainly within our capabilities.
But it was a huge expense and we were going to push hard with MTO to get it done as part of their construction that's been in the works. Which is painful if you're going on 35 to Carnarvon. Got to allow an extra hour. Like, this is where we need to really be on this. This is something where if we're not winning at the administrative level, it's where the mayor makes the big bucks. Then he goes and talks to the Minister of Transportation and says, this was your highway. And I've asked 4 times, like, this is the 4th time I've asked about the culverts and the meeting with MTO, and I thought we had a meeting, then I was told we hadn't had the meeting yet, then I said, did have a meeting, but have we had a meeting? Yeah, so we've been told there's been a meeting with MTO, and that's very discouraging.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our Director of Public Works had a conversation with MTO, and unfortunately, I haven't been able to be involved in the conversation. I will take this offline and I will deal with it.
We were to get a financial report back on the Highway 35 hydrant projects, not so much that the cost and stuff, it was the financing of it, because at first it was to come from, it was talked about it being water reserve, then it was talked to come from some of the general reserves, and then the project was a lot more than it was, and there was supposed to be a financial accounting for it come back, and it hasn't, so I'm just
So through the chair, right now I have a invoice on my desk from Aqua for hydrant, for, I think, believes some of the holdbacks, et cetera. So once that's all completed, I can do a report for the 14th for you.
That's when the finance numbers were coming, right? The next
Yes.
meeting?
Yes,
Okay.
but I can do an update of that project.
Okay.
yeah, because we needed to decide what reserve this was going to come. Okay. Did we apply for funding for water meters?
Or which one?
Water meters?
The scanner or?
Whatever you go, so the reader.
So through the chair, we didn't apply for a grant for the scanners. We did purchase 2 new scanners to improve the efficiencies of reading meters.
Councillor Sandy?
Yes, thank you. Hearing that you're going to meet with MTO just brought up another issue. It's, we had a portage once upon a time between Moore Lake and Gull Lake. And that was taken out by Parks Canada. And looking at the new damming system, we have people now, they're crossing with kids in canoes, using that still as a portage. When they redid the bridges there, which needed to be rebuilt, they did not put the portage sign back in. They did lower the speed limit to 60, as we had discussions about earlier, but they didn't put the portage sign up again. So people don't know why it's lowered to 60. But we need to make sure that those portage signs go back up. The situation was, just in way of background, that when the federal government took out the portage, they did not notify MTO. And so when MTO found out about it, they immediately put up those portage signs. But when they redid the bridge, they did not reinstall those signs. Though our speed limit is still down to 60 and it is well patrolled. Thank you.
We can try to write to MTO to see if we can get them to. Yeah. And somehow I think putting it in writing and with MTO and their formality is probably the best way to go. Right. Any other questions on capital? Seeing none. Let's read the resolution.
Through the chair, I just need a mover for this. Okay. Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councillor Johansson, that council receives the capital report for the second quarter's information.
All those in favor? That is carried. No word.
Staff are just waiting. The restaurant's just packing food up, so it might be a few more.
All right, so we'll move on to community services. I saw the cables and the for the jump. Apparently I exceed the weight of those allowed to use it, and not wanting to cause any damage to the walls. I just observed it, but it looks fascinating.
So bringing towards report 2515, the Cultural Center Advisory Committee May meeting minutes. There was no recommendations from the committee. Is there any questions?
Councillor McKelvey?
A few meetings ago, it was discussed again about this financial agreement that had been discussed at a previous council, I think. It was supposed to come back to us. It's all dealing with the foundation. And I'm not trying to say they shouldn't do it, but we have never heard what that really is or seen anything.
Through the chair, staff actually just met about that particular item just last week. We're just gonna review it, see where things lie. We want to have the foundation have a look at it too. If it's something that we want to enter into an agreement with, we'll bring it forward to council for further direction. Nothing's been really formally drafted yet, so. Is that what is it the cultural, or is
I
it?
think it is, but
the
I think it's
foundation
already been
from-
implemented. Are they not getting the fees? Oh,
That you're speaking in regards, so through the chair, the agreement that I think you're talking about, so let's maybe clarify that, is for the Minden Hills, like the foundation to run the gift shop.
yeah,
So that's what we have met.
but they're doing that.
No, they're not doing that. No, we have not. Until we go through the process and if we want to go through this agreement, then it would come to council before that.
Councillor Sini?
Sorry, I'm I thought there was an agreement in place by the previous council.
That's what we were told.
I could be wrong. If it's not minuted, it's not there. But, and I do think there's still the intent for fundraising and that they are still going, but maybe Councillor Johannesson would like to add to that too. Thanks.
Agree, I think the same, so I'm not sure.
So through the chair, that's part of staff looking into a few things before we bring it to council. We just want to make sure everything is cleared up and we all understand what's happening, and then we'll bring forward information to council at that time.
Okay, so let's bring forth to council exactly what the situation is right now, and then we can then decide where we go from there. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions on that? So we'll read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Ingram, seconded by Councillor Saini, that council receive report 2515, Community Services Department, Minden Hills Cultural Center Advisory Committee, meeting minutes dated May 20th, 2025 as information.
All those in favor? That is carried. 2516 Laughlin Community Center. Minutes.
The advisory minute. So these are the June meeting minutes coming forward. So there was a recommendation from the Laughlin Community Advisory Committee that was brought forth at the June 12, 2025 regular council meeting, where we provided the direction from council to move forward with the RFP for the development of a prefab building not exceeding the 1,800 square feet for the Laughlin property, and further the council directs staff to proceed with the demolition of the Laughlin Community Center.
Questions? Councillor McKelvey?
So have we hired an engineering or probably an architect to start working on the Laughlin Hall, like the new, my concern, and I'm voicing for myself and I'm voicing for members of the community, is that they thought the same as me, that we would do this together, so that there was never going to be this, the Laughlin Hall is now demolished and sorry folks, we're not going to do anything else. So there was this feeling that it was supposed to go. I just want to make sure, have we made any effort to actually design the new hall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We have, I think, I'll turn to Mr. Gay. He has an RFP ready to go out. We were directed to look at a prefab building. So he has an RFP that we're just reviewing, and we'll go out, I think, next week, if
Okay.
I'm not mistaken.
That will help alleviate some fears in the community.
Understandable.
Through the chair, yes. So the direction was for a prefab building less than 1,800 square feet. The RFP is being prepared as we speak, as Madam CEO has mentioned. We also are ensuring that there are contingencies in place for specifics in case we run into any issues with regards to the RFP. Within the RFP itself, the plan is to make sure that this building is fully turnkey, okay? Which includes things like tables and chairs and appliances and all the necessary accoutrements that go with the building.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they will be as extra or adds or deletes.
Councillor Saini?
Yes, as I see that building, I'm looking at all that red brick, and there are people that would love to have all that old red brick and reusable. I'd hate to see that in a landfill somewhere. So if we can keep that in mind, and maybe as part of the leverage of demolition or something, maybe other people have something to add to that. But red brick like that has a value. Thank you.
Councillor Ingram?
When we tore down the Gillard Hall, we did the same thing. We took all the stone and put it in the corner. And that's where it sits. They wanted it saved and we saved it. And so
And we're still saving it.
we are. It's saved though.
Okay.
through the chair, if I may, we can make an amendment to the RFP to include salvaging, but I mean, if it's going to sit, as Councillor Ingram says, I see no value in doing so.
Councillor McKelvey?
There's just, like, the steel roof on that building's not very old. It was tendered in your previous term, but late in your previous term of council. So like I don't know, there's just so many things that to me could have been salvaged, but I mean, the horse is out of the barn, the tender's been let. And I mean, again, I have concerns that there's bonding requirements. It means that nobody local can take the time to maybe pull things off that and salvage things. And it's just, there's gonna be some wrecking ball come in here and trucks back up to pick it up, and it just really, I don't know that the thought was put into it, that it really needed to be, or at least that the committee was hoping.
Okay. Any other questions?
Well, yeah. What's the answer? Am I just speaking for the sake of speaking?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I didn't hear a question.
Okay.
I heard
I
comments.
would like us to discuss the tender that's already gone out, or can we?
Yeah, it can be amended.
Okay, so are we prepared to say that we don't really see the need for bonding for a project of that nature? Or are we entitled to say that, the CAOs?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think bonding is a whole other topic in discussion. I mean, you're talking about your procurement policy now. I'll tell you, I've had to pull the bond on 2 projects in my career. Bonding means that if the contractor cannot finish the work or pay their subs, or that it comes back on the township. The reason to have a bond or an surety of some form is so that people who work on the project or the work that needs to get done is not borne by the rest of the taxpayers. Because the township would have to pay for the work to get done or pay the subs, pay the suppliers, if for some reason the contractor was not able to complete the work. That's the reason. It's not to shut out local contractors, but it is to protect all of our taxpayers and township risk.
Councillor McKelvey?
So I'm well aware what a bonding is required for, and certainly if you're going to build a new arena, you're going to have bonding, but taking down an old schoolhouse, I'm not convinced that you would sub it out or need bonding. You could take a letter of credit for surety. I don't know. I'm just, my personal thought. The rest of council doesn't want to open this up. Doesn't matter to me. We just.
Mr. Mayor, I think the taking down the old schoolhouse is part of this. We also plan to redevelop on that site. So it has to do with decommissioning the well, decommissioning the septic system. You know, there's other things that are involved than just taking down the schoolhouse.
I didn't think that that was in the tender, actually. I thought those were specifically school.
Councillor Sandy?
Yeah, I can see how you'd want to make it more locally accessible for people to bid on that. However, in my experience of property management, I would never go out with a job like this and not have it bonded. And that was, you know, before we got so litigious on all these sorts of things as well. But I would like to see where the address of those bricks that Councillor Ingram was referring to earlier, because I'm sure there's a lot of fire pits that could use these bricks around the area. And if there is an opportunity for people to be able to have access and pick up those steel roofs or parts of that for their sheds or whatever, if there's some way to recycle and not put it back in, if that could be part of the consideration of how we go about that, that would be great. But I think bonding is going to have to be a requirement just to protect all of us. So thanks for that.
Further questions? We read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Johansson. The council receive report 2516, Community Services Department, Lockland Community Center Advisory Committee meeting minutes dated June 10th, 2025 is information.
All those in favor? Is carried. All right, we're gonna break for lunch until 13:05. Extra 6 minutes for the to deal with the sauce. All right, welcome back. Continuing on with our department reports, we go to planning and development. Ms. Doherty, whenever you're ready.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for report 25-53, this was for the Halliburton Highlands Health Services zoning bylaw amendment from earlier today. I don't have anything further to add.
Are there any questions? No? Sure.
Through the chair, I live right beside that, and there's some concern that somebody's gonna try and put a road through there, and I'm not sure it's even wide enough to put a road through there. Is there any way I can put their fears to rest?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so there hasn't been any discussion about a road through there, and the property already does afford for at least 2 entrances, so I'm not sure what the rationale would be for them doing so.
Thank you.
I guess one similar question I have on that is that the property line on that north side is a bit weird in that McKay Street, I think it's McKay, actually comes down like there's a little chunk. And it really is the middle of their parking lot. And yet it's a municipal road, which is almost impossible for us to clear because it's the middle of their parking lot. Do you have any idea why that is like it is?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have no idea why. I imagine it's because over like the current area of the property that zone CF, that was the original boundary lines, and over time the corporation has bought additional lands. So then it's made for an awkward lot line. So I think that's just it's happened over time because of those acquisitions they made.
So I think that's Councillor Ingram's question is that there's also there's a piece of property that runs over to his road, right, in between. All right, well, maybe we can clear that up.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we can look at that as part of the review and the whole, whenever they get to the point of coming out with a site plan.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, that particular part, as well as the portion that runs along behind those residential lots, was previously part of a plan of subdivision, and it was easement for utilities and things within that. Yeah, so that's where that comes from and why it is the way it is.
Councillor McKelvey?
I hadn't thought about it until we just started talking about it. But they actually own that block?
They do, yes, through you, Mr. Mayor.
So it's like it's a block on a plan of subdivision that normally goes to townships.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. So it is still a block on a plan of subdivision. So as noted in the report, they are trying to merge all 3 of the properties, and they do require a deeming bylaw in order to do so. So council will see that in an upcoming meeting.
And the question about McKay Street, like it stops right at their property. Is that what you were meaning?
No, it actually continues. There's a little strip that continues down. Because there's been a problem there because people go out there to smoke.
Mhm.
And the hospital couldn't stop them because it's not hospital property, it's municipal property.
Oh, that's okay. Yes, that would be where they.
That's why everybody smokes around that light stand.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? All right, please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Johansson, second by Councillor Staney, that council receive report 2553 planning as information. And further that bylaw 2571 being a bylaw to approve the zoning bylaw amendment for the land subject of PL ZBA 2025040 be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda.
Sorry, I had a different,
Is that to-
sorry, I had a different. Okay. It seems that there's 2 different PLZBAs, is there not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One's.
Okay, all right,
Huxtable.
okay. All those in favor? That is carried. Sorry, go on to your next one.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So report 25-54 was the planning report with respect to 34 Bob Cajun Road for the other public meeting that we had this morning. And I don't have anything further to add to that as well.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, please read me.
Moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Saney, that council receive report 2554 planning for information, and that bylaw 2572 being a bylaw to approve a zoning bylaw amendment for the land subject to PLZBA 2024-062 be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda.
All those in favor? That is carried. 2547.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, so report 2557 is regarding two pre-consultation reports for consent. So I'll start with the first one, which is for Grierson, which is property on Gull Sugar Island, Gull Lake. There's really no concerns with the application going forward. The owners are seeking basically to return the property into two parcels, which were only just recently merged on title. The lot fabric is changing somewhat based on their proposal, but we would consider that to be an overall more appropriate division that improves compliance with policy. But happy to answer any questions.
So it's always very difficult because we get a little drawing about this big of the map, and you see this little sliver, and you only when you read it, it's a couple of hectares. But the end piece that's sort of a bit more triangular shape, that is between the I guess the river and, is it Bacon Road? Like, is there?
We're on a different one.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm on
This is the
2729867.
Never mind. Councilor McCullough.
Registered Plan 147.
Mhm.
So a deeming bylaw is needed, or how do you get out of the registered plan of subdivision before you start to?
So if it is, so in this case, I am not sure that they would need a deeming bylaw because they were more or less inadvertently merged on title.
But if it's a plan of subdivision, I don't know how you merge on title, like they're.
So the land registry office merged them. They have special powers, privileges.
Any other questions? Read the.
Yep, so
Oh.
I'll go into the second one as well
Okay.
prior to the resolution. So this next one is for the one that's on Bacon Road, the Carlin property. So this one, I guess sort of highlights an issue with the current process. We're seeking council's endorsement on something that is in pre-consultation stage where we don't have all of the technical studies available to us. So whether the application is supportable would really depend on the outcome of the minimum distance separation calculations as well as the environmental impact study. Providing, however, that the lots are in compliance with both the MDS and that there's a suitable building envelope on all three resulting lots, which is able to protect on-site natural heritage features, then staff would consider the severances to be supportable, further subject to the other conditions that are outlined in the report.
Okay, so that was my question, was whether or not you could get the proper setbacks on the property to be able to have a building envelope.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. So it would be expected that they would complete an environmental impact study that would identify where the natural heritage features are, any required development buffers from those features, and then a feasible building envelope that staff would then review.
So I assume that the new mapping is going to, floodwater mapping could potentially affect this.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we did look at the proposed mapping for it, and there does appear to be quite a sizable area for all three proposed lots closer to Bacon Road that would be well out of the floodplain.
Okay, so it's reasonable for them to go forward. Councilor McKelvey?
So these are fairly good sized pieces of property. I know we've done this in the past, and I know you may say I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, which I don't try to do, but Bat Lake, we said, absolutely, we're not even gonna look at this without an environmental impact study, because we as council weren't too convinced. I don't see the with this one. I don't see the need for these people to have to go through an environmental impact study before they even get to apply at the county. Because they, you know, chances are it won't happen, but they could in fact go through $10,000 study or whatever this might be, and then get to the county and then the county recommends against it. Like, I don't really want to make these people have to do an EIS in advance of even being able to go to the next stage. I prefer it to be dealt with the way we do for most of them, is we make that as a condition of the consent.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So from a planning perspective, I appreciate why. But from a planning perspective, I'm hesitant to recommend that because the environmental impact study is what we use to confirm that the application conforms to the official plan. And a decision approving a consent really should only be if it's already been confirmed that it conforms to the official plan. So that would be my recommendation, but it's certainly up to council if they want to change those suggestions.
So what you're suggesting is how we normally would do it. Is that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So my suggestion is that that the resolution or the recommendation be passed, which is that council may endorse it subject to the outcome of those technical studies. This would enable them to apply to the county and start the formal application process, which might include as a requirement from the county an environmental impact study, because the county will also have requirements, that aren't necessarily the same as ours. So they would be able to go through that process. We would then be reviewing the EIS through the formal process rather than them coming back here first before they can apply.
Councilor McKelvey?
So we've had other ones. I don't want to get too specific here, but we've had other ones where it's just been a condition of the severance, where they've had to do the EIS. And they were a lot smaller lots than this. Like, these are really large pieces of property. This is not some little 60-foot lot in town that we're constructing here. And I really feel that it's an overreach to put anybody to the expense of an EIS in advance of the consent. Now, there was another one we did that too, and at Southern Snowden, I think. Your ward, isn't it? And, I missed it. I received a lot of complaints about that. Like, why would I have to do this $15,000 report and before I even know if land division is going to approve and I clearly said it. Sorry, I missed it. I'm not missing it again. So,
Councilor Sandy?
I'm receiving similar complaints. And it is the cost of we need to increase housing, and yet the cost that we have up front for people dividing their lots, creating more housing is not reasonable in terms of being able for them to go ahead and do that kind of work. And so I think if nothing else, we need to look at our processes and what we're charging and how we can do this more efficiently without investing in something that may or may not even go through. I think it's not just applicable to this case, but to many other situations or those that are coming up that people are questioning me about as well, because the cost is astronomical to do these kinds of severances. And then not know if your $25,000 investment is actually going to be able to go through or whatever it might cost. So it's a broader question than just this particular file, I think. Thank you.
Can they do a pre-consultation at the county at all?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So generally speaking, applicants do pre-consultation both with the township as well as at the county level. We did receive comments from the county, which were similar to what we're indicating in our report.
So the county has basically told them that if everything goes well, they could build.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of whether or not they've had those conversations directly with the county at this time. I just am aware of what we received from the county.
Okay. Councilor McKelvey?
So I'm not saying they won't have to do an EIS report. Don't misconstrue, because that's, you know, the other thing of Councillor Saney is the high cost. And yeah, you get a lot of people. Sometimes the high costs can't be avoided. All I'm saying is it's not fair to anybody to have to go through the high cost of an environmental impact study. And then all of a sudden go to the county and the county says, yeah, we're not gonna split. I'm not saying that'll happen, but I'm saying the opportunity is there. So why can't this be just a condition of the, because down the road, you still will have to clean or approve that the conditions have been met. So you're going to do a development agreement probably in here after you see the results of the EIS and a rezoning. So there's all kinds of opportunities to say it's not going to comply then, but I just don't think it's fair to make people do this.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in my opinion, conditions are meant to be ones that are more of administrative, or, you know, sometimes there are planning approvals, but they've already sort of been vetted or easily achieved. They're not intended to prove the principle of land use that's being asked for through the application. From my perspective, it would be difficult to write a report in the absence of an EIS that would recommend approval for the consents, because we wouldn't have the information confirming that it conforms to official plan policy. I do recognize it is a huge, or can be a huge cost to property owners. Unfortunately, there is risk involved when you want to develop property, which includes severing property. That is why we do the consultation, where we've determined that providing, at least from the township perspective, that providing that they're able to provide that technical work in support of those applications, that it would be supportable. But in order to confirm conformity with our official plan, you really do need that information.
So when we send this to county, we're making a recommendation.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. So we're making a recommendation, but again, it is a county process, so they are entitled to ask for their own.
But the thing is what you're saying is hard for us to make a recommendation if we don't have all the facts that we need to make it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, which is why the recommendation's been worded as may, pending review of those technical studies. It's intended to allow them to proceed with the county, but where we still have an opportunity to review.
Councillor McKelvey.
But it's not allowing them to proceed to the county. It's requiring them to do an EIS.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is always my recommendation before anyone does technical studies that they first consult with the county about the requirements. I never suggest that anyone first does the EIS before they discuss with the county.
But the county doesn't tell us what they tell them.
Sorry.
The county doesn't tell us what the result of that conversation was.
Through Mr. Mayor, it depends on the circumstances, but once there is a formal application, we are kept in the loop about those applications.
Okay. Councillor McKelvey.
So can you explain to me why we have approved many of these to be, you know, we're recommending approval or recommending it can go to land division, and the conditions that land division that the township asks is for an EIS to be done at that point. So why is there this difference, particularly given the size of these?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have no recent recollection of any files where we have included the EIS as a condition on approval. It's always been that our recommendation is that the EIS form part of the complete application. So it is always in the report in that way. I don't have any immediate recollection of anywhere we've recently said the EIS is part of the actual conditions, just that a rezoning or a severance agreement, depending the outcome. But we've always recommended that they form part of the complete application, at least in my very recent recollection of that.
Okay. Do you wish to amend the motion?
Sure.
You don't have to. I mean,
I don't agree with what we're gonna do, so I don't know if that means I just have to vote against what? I mean, procedurally?
Uh,
Yeah,
Through,
yeah,
through the
yeah.
chair. So if we're going to make an amendment to the resolution, of course, it would have to be in agreement with the mover and the seconder, which is Counselor Saney and Counselor Ingram. Council could amend the motion to take that environmental impact study out of the motion and keep it like the rest of it as is.
Or do we just? vote on
Or
it?
you can just vote on it and you can oppose it. I mean, the problem is, Counselor McKelvey, you would be opposing the top consent as well.
Yeah,
Unless we,
well, that should be separated,
yeah, like we could,
which we've had this discussion
yeah,
before.
like we,
Severances should not be together on one resolution.
but that's easily addressed if council wishes to pull them out and separate them. So I just.
So if we don't remove that and we just allow Councilor McKelvey to vote against it, what if we all vote against it, then nothing, then it doesn't go through at all? So it needs to be amended in order for us to. Or a new one, right? So, yeah, okay, just working.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So Counselor Ingram, are you comfortable with the amendment? Okay, so just through the chair to the manager of planning, all I'm doing is just crossing out those words environmental impact study, and you still want to keep in minimum distance separation calculations demonstrating like the rest of it stays the same?
Uh, through the chair, if council's comfortable with the minimum distance separation requirement, but that would be similar to the EIS.
Okay, so all that.
Suggesting we remove it, it's only in the order that it's completed. I'm saying that it should be a condition of the consent. That's just me. There's 6 other voters here, so
There,
I'm not saying we're not gonna make them do it. I'm just saying, I don't think it's fair to make people do this in advance of even getting their application in, so that it should be a condition of it, but that's.
through the chair. So then I would understand that to be that it's just the pre-consultation report itself that needs to be amended. So the recommendation could essentially stay the same because it's just saying subject to the environmental impact study. And it could indicate outlined in the pre-consultation report as amended.
Okay. This is complicated and we want to get it right for these people. We are going to have to take a pit stop in a few moments as we have to change clerks. The clerk only has so many miles on. So I'm going to suggest we take a quick break, let you guys come up with the motion, and then we'll reconvene here at about 1:45. All right. We start again with a new clerk. Let's see if you can get this motion better than the last one did, so. I'll hear about it later. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
She kindly got it ready for us, and Counselor Saney and Counselor Ingrams, you're okay with the changes? So moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Ingram, that council receive report 2557 planning as information, that council recommends approval of the application for the creation of one lot on lands identified as 11330 Gull, Sugar Island, Grierson to the County of Haliburton Land Division, subject to the conditions outlined in the pre-consultation report. That council may recommend approval of the application for the creation of 2 new lots on lands identified as part lots 17 and 18, concession 1, Snowdon, 2295118 Ontario Inc., to the County of Haliburton Land Division, subject to the conditions outlined in the pre-consultation report as amended, and further that council recommends for property owner 2295118 Ontario Inc., the environmental impact study forms a condition of consent.
All those in favor? Go ahead.
Right, it's just one little word. But with the first one says that council recommends, the second one is saying the council may recommend, but I think we're saying we do recommend. So it wouldn't have the word may in there.
So we remove the council recommend approval of the application for the creation of 2 new lots.
Just
Remove
take the
may.
word
May.
Should I
Okay.
read it again?
No. All those in favor? That is carried. They have a great memory. They can quote things from a long time ago. All right, thank you, Ms. Doherty. Finance? Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, council. So the report in front of you is the ERP software that we're looking at coordinating with the county and Algonquin Highlands. So this is part of some of the synergies that we're looking at to save money in the future, basically. But also updating current software to expand certain aspects of HR and the way things work all together. And this will also provide better customer service for portals for the residents to be able to use instead of physically coming into the office. So they'll be able to action things remotely. So this is RFP process that the county is looking at putting out in the fall. And based on whatever responses the county receives, then we would bring that back to council with a fulsome report.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, just to tag on to what Ms. Lonergan's presented, the enterprise resource planning software is foundational platform for any municipality. And while ours is not quite at end of life, it is antiquated. It's over 10 years old, probably pushing 15 years old. And it lacks a lot of the features that would help us streamline our processes, provide better customer service, and just modernize the way we do business. The reason that I think it's very important we tag on right now is the county and Algonquin Highlands, their software platforms are approaching end of life. And for us to have to do it, whether it's today or it's 2 years from now. And tagging on with 2 of our other municipalities, we're anticipating we're going to see economies of scale savings. We can jump on board and learn more about the programs and coordinate with implementation as well. So that's why this report is before you. Council is not approving any software. You're just approving the fact that we participate in the RFP process. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's important also that, now all of these softwares are in the cloud and subscription based, so there may not be a huge savings in that, in the capital acquisition because it's all license and subscription, but there certainly should be savings on the implementation and the consulting that you need to get this done. I think, maybe 1 or 2 other municipalities would join in, except for changes in their organization and so on. That's probably preventing them from getting involved at this point. So, right, any questions, Councilor McKelvey?
So this will go out for a request for proposals, and then we're not locked in. Like if this comes back, just devil's advocate.
Mhm.
This could be a $300,000 or $400,000 expenditure.
Mhm.
Sure.
If this comes back and we go, what's that do to the county and Algonquin Highlands then?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, council will have decision-making points along the way. I'm not sure that it impacts the others. They have to do this. From our standpoint, like I said, it's just 18 months down the road or 2 years down the road for us to have to go out and do this on our own. It's a tremendous amount of work. And I really do believe that we can leverage potential cost savings, but also information and education along the way. We are going to, let me make it clear, we're to replace our ERP system at some point.
Any other questions? Councilor Saini?
Yes, thank you. First of all, fully in support of this, but just a quick question. The self-service customer tools, I just want to make sure that we're just not leaving people out there in the ether, that if they have problems with it, there is going to be a staff person that can help them walk through this. That's all. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and it's a really good point, Councillor Saini. We're not saying that we're replacing the staff customer service aspect, but for instance, I can go online in a municipality that I own property in, and I can see all of my utility bills. I can pay my bills. That's how I choose to do it, and that is offered to me. We're not able to offer that to our residents right now.
Customer service will be in Indonesia, but we'll still have customer service. No, I think, look, there's lots of ways that we can make the process better. And I think particularly for us, when we have so many non-local taxpayers and so on, these things will make things a lot better for everybody. All right, any other questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Sisson, seconded by Councillor McKelvey, that council receives report 25-19 Finance Enterprise Resource Planning ERP Systems as information, and that council directs staff to participate in the joint RFP process with the County of Haliburton and the Township of Algonquin Highlands for an enterprise resource planning system.
All those in favor? That is carried. Next one is an RFP. Is that you or is that? Okay.
So this is a RFP process that we just recently finished. So we had quite a various bids on the RFP for the strategic plan, and we're proposing that the lowest bid of $14,600 plus HST be awarded to Karen Jones Consulting Inc. We went through the process of analyzing all the proposals, and we did reference checks, and they all came back very glowing. So we're confident that the proponent is the right fit for the strategic plan.
Any questions? Councillor Ingham?
This is like 36,000 under budget, right? Is it 50,000 we put aside for that?
Through Mr. Mayor, originally, but then we did the community consultation portion of this project out of that. That budget, I think there's about $20,000 left.
You're still under though.
Yes.
We're still under budget.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Any other questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councillor McKelvey, that council approves the award of the contract for RFP admin 25-02 to Karen Jones Consulting Inc. in the amount of $14,600 plus HST.
All those in favor? As carried. Administration, I'll let you do that, Lisa.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I have a report here. It's a road closure for special events. It's the road next to the River Cone, Ord Street. They originally had put in for events on August 16th and the 23rd. The 16th, they have changed the scope, and they are just hosting it in their parking lot area. So this request now includes for the 23rd, and then along with requests from the Scottish country dancers for August 4th, 11th, and the 18th. We now have the timing as 7 to 8 p.m. on those dates.
So you're talking about 4 dates, 4, 11, 18, 23,
That's correct.
from 7 to 8.
For the Halliburton Scottish country dancers, it's from 7 to 8. For the Pride event, it is from 2 to 4
4.
p.m. on the 23rd.
23rd.
Yeah, Dance Happens Pride, and that's a line dancing event.
Questions? Councillor Ingham?
Thank you. Through the chair, how much of Ward Street are we closing? Like how far down? Are we going to that first house, or is that the idea? Because it's not going to affect anybody if that's all we're doing, right?
Yeah, I think it's just to the
To that first house,
right to
yellow
the
house?
parking lot at the
Okay.
end of the parking lot right there. And
Good
they
to
said-
know. Thank you.
Any other questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Saini, seconded by Councillor Johannesson, that council receives report 25-25 road closure for special events at the River Cone as information, and that council approves the River Cone road closure request on Ord Street to the end of the parking area at 3 Ord Street for August 4th, August 11th, August 18th, 2025 for the Halliburton Scottish country dancers, and that council approves the River Cone road closure request on Ord Street to the end of the parking area at 3 Ord Street for the Dance Happens Pride in the Halliburton line dancing event on August 23rd, 2025 from 2 to 4 p.m. And further, that barricades be placed on Ord Street and the parking lot area. And further, that prior to these events, the township be provided a certificate of insurance that names the corporation of the Township of Minden Hills as additional insured in the amount of $5 million.
All those in favor? That is carried. And then we ask the CAO to join us again.
Fantastic.
That's what the script says. Ice storm, yeah.
Nice storm report. Council, before you is a very preliminary report, giving some background on our fun event that occurred towards the end of March and throughout all of April, where we all know we were impacted heavily by a kind of freak ice storm at the end of March. So there's some background information, some details on collaboration amongst all the municipalities and other agencies, I think of most interest to council is the cost recovery program. So we had to give an indication by this past Monday that we intended to put in a claim, and we've done that. So we've filled out the required survey. We have until October 31st to put in our full claim. Required for that submission is a council resolution. And so we received recently the package for submission. We are working our way through that package. A report will come to council in September that will outline our costs and what we intend to put in as submission. And as part of that, we will seek a council resolution. So for today, it's just a preliminary report to give you some background and the cost breakdown formula and a little bit about the municipal ice storm assistance program. The other thing that I've included in the report is there is some support for businesses through what they're calling the Business Ice Storm Assistance Program. So I've also included that information. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Saini?
Thank you. Appreciate this is finally happening. I have gotten calls with people who have had to clear private roads, and they wanted to know if they would be covered at all through this kind of compensation when they had to, since businesses are covered. So if we could include that as a consideration to see if that would be covered.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can look at the conditions of the application, but I cannot guarantee that private roads would be included.
Councilman Kelvin?
There were so many trees impacted by that storm, but some of them are or just recently came down again. So like this is like the gift that keeps on giving almost. The last weekend storm, I noticed like there's a lot of stuff down on Bob Cajun Road again, which again is all part of what the ice storm started. It definitely made things weaken. Can we clean that up under that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are continuing to track costs. And, you know, at some point with our submission, they may set a cutoff date, but we continue to track costs that we feel we can tie back to the ice storm.
Any other questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Shell, that council receive report 25-27 administration, March 2025 ice storm for information.
All those in favor? That is carried. Recruitment policy.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you didn't invite me to join you again.
Yeah. That's great.
Council, I think you've indicated a couple of times that a number of our policies require significant updating and rewriting. Our former hiring policy number 16 was last updated in 2015 and really needs to be completely rewritten. As part of rewriting the policy, I also, we did some research on best practices within the industry, and it is really best practice for general policies to separate out the policy governance aspect from the standard operating procedures, which is an administrative function. And so that's what we've done in terms of the hiring policy. In addition, you know, a number of definitions, a number of processes really over the last 10 years have changed. So what we've done is presented to you the policy and the standard operating procedures. The policy will be reviewed at regular intervals. Any changes to the policy will come back to council. Standard operating procedures will be reviewed by myself and HR annually. And if there are changes needed to be made to the operating procedures, we will do so as part of an administrative function. Thank you.
Questions? Councillor Sisson.
It appears to me that council has been totally removed from this, which I don't agree with. I mean, the only ones that really been included with is the department heads. And I really feel that at some point, we still need to have a say in some of these.
Did you want to respond or?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess you have delegated to me staffing and organizational structure functions. Councillor Sisson, I'm not suggesting that council would be removed totally, but it would be the CAO who would set the hiring committees for positions. One of the things in the standard operating procedures is didn't want to get so prescriptive that if something changed, we had to keep changing the standard operating procedures.
And this, and of course, the statutory positions are still appointed by council.
And would
Treasurer,
involve.
So on. Councillor Ingram.
Through the chair, what was I gonna say? Do you remember, Bob?
I don't remember what you were going to say. You told me before, but
I'll pass for now. Thank you.
okay. Councillor McKelvey.
Okay, so statutory positions are appointed by council by law. That doesn't mean we get to be involved in the recruitment. The hiring policy will establish that. The hiring policy that we have desperately needed changes. We gave recommendations to an acting CIO that never got time to come back. So I agree 100%. We need to make changes to our hiring policy. I have severe concerns about the wording of this one. And it goes back to the CAO shall be hired by the mayor or by council. Well, I feel very strongly that it should be council. I recognize you carry that, but you didn't delegate. Your choice. I'm just not going to support it by putting it in a policy. I feel very strongly that council needs to be involved in the recruitment processes at the director level. I would even go to manager. I don't believe that we should be going any further into the weeds than that, but I'm pretty strong on this. So I'm sorry that you've gone to all this work, but I personally won't support it. And as far as a standard operating procedure, it means nothing to us. It's an administrative role. So right now, this policy, which is what we're supposed to be dealing with, doesn't include council in anything. And that's my thoughts. You're staring at me.
No, I'm just waiting to see if you had a subsequent question. Councillor Ingram, who recalls?
Excuse me, I do remember what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Is it possible that you could commit to having at least a council member on those levels that you taught, at least one member on the hiring committee?
Through
Possible that you could commit to that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would look at, so again, I wasn't trying to get prescriptive. I do think that a council perspective on director positions is important. I'm not sure I'm going to commit beyond that. Part of what I want to do too is develop capability within our leadership team to do recruiting. And we don't need 5, 6, 7 people on recruiting teams. So I think it's a balance here. Absolutely. I think that a council perspective on director level or department head level positions, if I was setting the hiring committee, I would be looking at that. Beyond that, I want to develop the capability within our leadership team to do recruitment as well.
Thank you. I'm not so much in agreement with how Councillor McKelvey looks at it. I would stop at the department head level or the director. Good for you, but I don't think we need to go lower than that personally. But I would like confirmation that at least one councillor will be on the department head level committee or on that hiring process.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, if you want the policy to be revised to say that, I will do that.
Thank you.
Counselor Saney?
Yeah, I would agree with that, one counselor, so I would support
matter.
that change. Yeah, and yeah, it does not matter. There'll be different people available or appropriate.
Right.
So availabilities could be a question as well as maybe the background knowledge of that person. So up to whoever is picked, up to the CAO and mayor, but somebody, thanks.
Sorry, Counselor Ingram, is that your hand? Sorry, citizen. So, Counselor McKelvey. Yes,
The Ingram. Okay, what's the thoughts on the CIO recruitment? I'm not looking to recruit tomorrow. Ms.
You may.
Fletcher. But I do know that you didn't say you were going to stay for 50 years, so this is something that's going to be a decision that this council should be making right now, that we as a council are involved in the recruitment of the CIO. And that, I guess, comes back to your decision, whether you.
right. I did not delegate that, and I'm not going to delegate that.
Good to know.
I'm not saying that I would not include. I'm just saying that I'm not putting it in writing that I'm delegating it.
No, it would have to go in this policy now. The hiring policy is a requirement under municipal law.
Right.
That council shall establish the hiring policies.
If I may, again, I was writing a policy, not just for today.
Mhm.
So the strong mayor powers have changed the landscape a bit, but in reality, in the legislation, it is either council or the mayor in that legislation who would hire the CAO. And I was writing the policy as such. I think Councillor McKelvey is alluding to what I would see as the operating procedure of the time, whenever that is, that you need to recruit your next CAO.
So I think there's two things also. There's who's hiring and then the process. I mean, I'm not suggesting that I would not have council involved in the process, but I'm not going to delegate the hiring. Go ahead.
This policy establishes the process. It used to be in the old policy that's still in effect today. Actually, okay, do you want me to finish before you shake your head at me?
Oh, I was just going to try to correct you, but go ahead.
Difficult to correct me if you haven't let me finish. The existing policy outlines the procedures for hiring. And it stipulates that 3 members of council were to be on the recruitment for the CIO. There was 3 members of council on that. And then the second interview was conducted by all of council. So that's what the existing policy says today.
If I may interject at this point, that what I was trying to do is policy is governance. It's the vision. It's your, it's not the procedures. The standard operating procedures are separate. That's the problem with most of our policies is we've got procedure embedded in policy. And and the best practice in the industry is separate out your policy governance aspects from your operating procedures, the how you will implement it. And that's what I've done in this. The existing hiring policy number 16 embeds both together, and that is not best practice.
Any other questions? Yeah, that's what I'm going to suggest. We're going to defer and we will have a new document for At the next meeting or the?
No, I think I have been asked, Mr. Mayor, to include the wording of a council member at the director level.
And you can,
Do you not need more direction than that? But what are you bringing back? Sorry.
Through you, I think I would ask by Councillor Ingram if I would commit to having a council member involved at the director level, and I said I would. So I will, and I said, if you want it written into the policy, I would indicate those words in the policy. That's what I'm bringing back.
okay, we will defer till the next meeting on the 14th.
Just gonna say, could that not just been done with amendment to the motion, but whatever you prefer, I don't care.
I'm happy to take the direction either way.
I would prefer to defer so we can review it. All right, moving to 1374, that's, you can move from behind the screen.
Good afternoon, everybody. So before you is the amended violence and harassment policy, and the report for that revised policy is just, again, part of ongoing review and updating policies and procedures. So we have reviewed this policy to update some of the definitions to include virtual means of harassment, just getting us with modern times, as well as adding measures and procedures within the policy itself for staff to summon immediate assistance, reporting incidents in the event that the harasser is a member of senior executive or council, and for the committee, the Health and Safety Committee, to conduct workplace violence risk assessments. So all of those have been implemented into the revised policy before you. If you have any questions,
It's just on some of the wording and some of the changes, it's a bit boilerplate, obviously, but did this come from other documents, or where did all the input for the
Yes, so
changes come from?
through you, Mr. Mayor, this came through Ministry of Labor.
Okay.
Representative who helped us with this had looked at our policy and made some suggestions. So that's what we've done to keep us in compliance with the Occupational Health and Safety Act.
And the second one was, I think it refers to counselors in there also, and you know, there just seemed to be a bit of a mix-up between employees and counselors, and then I don't know, what do you do with third parties? Okay, let us say you have a contractor, or you have somebody from the outside, a constituent who's involved. Is that sort of go to the police as opposed to under our policy? I'm a little confused on that.
Very good question. That might be a combination of our zone policy as well as this policy, just to depend on what the circumstance is.
Okay. And so you in our policy, okay, what point do you go to the police? Like, the thing is that somebody is harassing, one of our employees is harassing another employee. You know, at some point, it goes beyond harassment to assault. Like, at what point do, you know, because companies get caught on this all the time, right? They end up doing something internal and it doesn't go to the police, and then afterwards somebody, you know, complains about that. I'm just want to know that you have some clarity as to where you need to go to a further, you know, to a further level, I guess.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think if we have any situations that are going on, Ms. Prentice and I are talking regularly. I think, to your point, if there is a complaint about harassment or violence, that sort of thing. The important thing is that we act in some way. We document. The answer to your question is sometimes it depends. It depends on what the action is, whether we would internally investigate, externally investigate, or call the police. And it really sometimes depends on the situation. It depends on the location. It depends on whether we can de-escalate some things too.
I guess I brought it up because in one case, for instance, if it was the CAO, for instance, you would take that complaint from whomever, come to me, and then I'm supposed to go get a neutral third party to do the investigation.
Right.
Okay, and so then, so then we take that neutral third party's advice as to how to proceed. Okay,
That's
all right.
correct.
Thank you. Councillor Ingram.
Chair, do we have to hire someone to do a workplace violence risk assessment? Or do we have people on board that know how to do that?
Through the chair, no, we do not need to hire somebody. That is a function that we will do through our joint health and safety committee.
And where can I find that information?
Yep, through the chair. I can send you a link. It's available on the ministry website.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McKelvey.
So has the Ministry of Labor looked at this and said this will satisfy them? Was this part of their order?
So through the chair, this is part of our application and it will go back to our rep, the Ministry of Labor rep. It's connected but separate. We're also will be applying for a multi-workplace health and safety committee. So this is part of the process.
Okay. And so does the union have to approve this or how does that work?
No, so there is involvement from the Joint Health and Safety Committee, which does have unionized members on that committee.
Okay. Right. And sorry, is this directive from Ministry of Labor?
Yes, it was.
So.
And the phone is turned off. So, well, obviously Siri wants to have something to say about this too. Any other questions? Call the motion.
Moved by Councillor Sisson, seconded by Councillor McKelvey, that council receive report 25-26 administration as information and that council approves the amended violence and harassment policy.
All those in favor? That is carried. We will now move into closed session. Could you read the resolution, please? No, we haven't gotten into it. They will before.
I just need a mover for the.
To move us into closed session?
Yes.
Councillor Ingram, Councillor Johansson.
Moved by Councillor Ingram, seconded by Councillor Henderson. Be it resolved that council proceed into closed session 219 for the purpose of discussing the following. One item pursuant to section 2392D of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended regarding labor relations or employee negotiations. One item pursuant to section 2392F of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended regarding advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. One item pursuant to section 23931, education and training.
All those in favor? That is carried. Right. All right, welcome back. The open session resume.
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Johannesson. Be it resolved that the closed session adjourn at 5:06 PM and open session resume.
All those in favor? That is carried. Report from closed session.
We can skip that one. There was no correction.
Bylaws.
I need, if I may, through the chair, could I have a seconder for the bylaws?
Counselor Ingram, unless he's the mover.
No.
Okay,
We're
good.
Moved by Counselor Johannesson, seconded by Counselor Ingram. Be it resolved that the following bylaws be received, read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed. Bylaw 2571, Planning, PL ZBA 2025040. Bylaw 2572, Planning, PL ZBA 2025045. Bylaw 2574, to authorize a statement of concurrence to Rogers Communication Tower for C3950 Sedgwick Road. Bylaw 2575 to adopt policy 141 recruitment. Bylaw
We
2577.
deferred that. We deferred that one.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't here.
Yep.
Like we've never pulled bylaws out before when it's been a, but we can.
Right?
Yeah. Sorry, we're not using microphones, first off. Second, for procedure wise, the council members that were opposed, do you want me to pull it out and read it separately or? Okay.
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Mayor, would you like me to proceed?
No, I proceed. Yeah, the hiring
Yes.
policy did come out.
So I'm just gonna start from the beginning. Here we go. Moved by Counselor Johannesson, seconded by Counselor Ingram. Be it resolved that the following bylaws be received, read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed. Bylaw 2571, Planning, PL ZBA 2025040. Bylaw 2572, Planning, PL ZBA 2025045. Bylaw 2574, to authorize the statement of concurrence to Rogers Communications Inc. Tower C3950 Sedgwick Road. Bylaw 2577, to appoint a risk management official and risk management inspector.
All those in favor? That is carried. Confirming bylaw,
I will need a seconder for this bylaw through the chair.
Counselor Ingram.
Okay. Moved by Counselor Johannesson, seconded by Counselor Ingram, that bylaw 2576 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held during its meeting of July 31st, 2025 be received, read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed.
All those in favor? That is carried. Adjournment.
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Johannesson. Be it resolved that the July 31st, 2025 regular council meeting is hereby adjourned at 5:10 PM.
All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, thank you, everybody. Our next meeting is August the 14th. Same bat time, same bat station. So we will see you all then. Stay safe. Enjoy your summer.